Good morning. I'm Gord Perks, the Chair of the Toronto East York Community Council. The clerk has confirmed we have quorum for this meeting. So I'd like to call meeting 19 of the Toronto East York Community Council to order. Welcome, everybody. Today's meeting is being held with members of Council participating both in person and by video conference. City staff are also connecting to the meeting by video conference. As City Hall remains closed, the public continue to participate electronically and can watch the meeting streaming live on YouTube at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I will ask everyone for their patience for any delays with any technical issues. The clerk's staff have connected all registered speakers to the meeting by audio. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting Toronto and East York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. Clerk's IT staff will also be available to assist members with their devices should any problems arise. I would like to remind staff to keep their microphones muted and their videos turned off unless they need to answer questions or speak to the committee. This will make it easier for me as committee chair and for those watching on YouTube to observe the members as they participate in the debate and vote on items. For those members who are joining us remotely, please keep your microphones muted unless you wish to question staff, speak to an item, and ensure that your video is turned on. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hands or unmute their microphones if they wish to question staff or speak. I will then create a speakers list and will call on members when it is their turn to speak. When voting on an item or a motion, I ask that members ensure that they turn on their video if applicable and raise their hands to indicate their vote. Members, I want to remind you that you must submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at teycc@toronto.ca to help with motions. If there are any visiting members of Council attending the meeting today, I encourage you to turn on your videos so that I know that you are present and can give you an opportunity to ask questions of staff or speak. This will also assist the clerk to record attendance for the meeting. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Can I ask if there are any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you have an interest, please raise your hand and unmute your microphone. Councillor Bradford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to declare an interest on two items here today. Item number TE 19.4, 2100 to 2110 Yonge Street and 812 Minna Road West official plan amendment and zoning amendment and rental housing demolition application. Final report as item number TE 19.13. Inclusion and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement, 2100 and 2106 Yonge Street. The nature of my interest is that my partner is a planner on these files. I've submitted the conflict of interest forms on these items to the clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Bradford, and the clerks confirm that they have received your forms. Okay. Any further declarations of interest? Seeing none. I need a motion to confirm the minutes from our last meeting of September 15th.
On a point of order,
yes.
I'm not sure Councillor Bradford's declaration was so much a conflict of interest on the items, but if he disagrees with his partner, he may not be able to go home.
However, Councillor Layton, he already is home. So I don't even want to get into that. Okay. Thank you for that, Councillor Layton. It was very helpful. Can I ask anyway if we can have a motion to confirm the minutes of the September 15th meeting? Councillor Wong-Tam. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Fletcher's video has vanished. There you are. Opposed, if any, that carries. Okay. Members, we have, I believe, 58 items, and I'm going to curse this by say 58 and counting, on the agenda for today's meeting. We're going to run down the non-timed items now to see how you would like to dispose of those pieces of business. We begin today with item number 20, I believe it's 21, the BIA item. Yes, with item 21, I'll give you all a minute to find your places on your agenda. Okay, so item 21, appointments to Business Improvement Area Boards of Management. Can I have a motion? Councillor Matlow will move it. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. Item 22, 355 Adelaide Street West, 46 Charlotte Street, and 16 Oxley Street, zoning amendment application, preliminary report, Ward 12.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll be taking carriage of items in, I'm sorry, was that?
No, Councillor 12 is,
Yeah, I'll take carriage of Councillor.
Ward 12 is Councillor Matlow? Or is this listed incorrectly?
Item 22.
Oh, it's Ward 10. You know what? Huh? It's early in the meeting. This is my first mistake. Anyone keeping tally, put 1 in my column. Okay. Yes, Councillor Cressy is unable to be with us today, and Councillor Layton is taking carriage of his items. Councillor Layton?
Yes, I'm prepared to move the staff recommendations.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 19.23. 372 to 378 Yonge Street, official plan amendment, zoning amendment applications, preliminary report. Councillor Layton, that one's yours. I can't.
Yes, I'm prepared to move the recommendations in the report.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 19.24. 95 through 131 and 155 Balloyle Street, zoning amendment and rental housing demolition applications, preliminary report. Councillor Matlow.
Would you please just repeat the number, please?
It's item 24. It's the properties on Balloyle Street, the preliminary application and demolition, rental housing demolition.
Okay, hold that down for the moment.
Certainly.
Please.
Hold that in your name. Item TE 19.25, 180 through 1807 Eglinton Avenue West, zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition application, preliminary report. Councillor Matlow, that's you as well.
Yeah, I move the recommendation.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 19.26, 506 through 516 Church Street, official plan and zoning amendment bylaw applications, preliminary report. Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move 2 recommendations. The first one is to replace recommendation number 1 to this is a message for the clerk. This is not the.
I'm looking at the list that you sent me.
Councillor Matlow,
Sorry,
your microphone is live?
Your microphone.
I'm looking at the list that you sent me.
Councillor Matlow? Okay, all good.
Thank you
Okay.
very much. Yeah,
Councillor-
thank you very much, Mr. Clare. I should alert the clerk that the motion that they placed on the screen is not the correct one. And I apologize that earlier this morning we did send a revised motion. It's actually a 2-part motion. One is to replace recommendation number 1 and to add a new recommendation number 3. Perhaps we can hold this item down until the clerk can confirm that they have the correct motion.
Okay. The clerks are searching their correspondence right now, Councillor Wong Tam, so I'm going to hold that item. And
Sure.
they feel that that's the one that came in, so perhaps someone from your staff can get in touch with clerks and we can clear that up. Okay?
Okay, we will do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. TE 19.27, 33 Yorkville Avenue, pedestrian tunnel. Councillor Layton.
I'll move the recommendations in the report.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 19.28, construction staging area, 502 Adelaide Street West and 119 through 123 Portland Street. Councillor Layton, this is Councillor Cressy's item.
Yes, thank you very much. I will move the staff recommendations on this item.
All those in favor of the staff recommendations? Any opposed? That carries. Item TE 19.29, construction staging area phase 2, 1 Bloor Street West, Balmudo Street. Councillor Layton? Oh, there are speakers on this item.
Yes, thank you very much. This is
Sorry, my second mistake. There are deputants on this item, so we'll hold it down for deputants. That's 2. For anyone keeping score.
if I may, the plan is to the request from staff is for this item back. There's a motion to refer this back to staff. That's been at the request of staff. So I'm happy to hear the deputations, of course, but just so people know they don't have to wait, it may be several hours before that item comes up. They don't have to wait. That is my intent.
Okay, maybe I can clarify that for members of the public. I'm sorry, Councillor Layton, you lagged a little bit there. So the intention on this item, which is the 1 Bloor Street West item, will be to defer it. And we may have further and perhaps different advice from staff when we come back to it later. So if you are registered to speak on this item, and it will be sometime before we get to it, probably this afternoon, you might be wise to just say, okay, I'll pass this month and come back next month to speak to it and save yourself some time. And if you can just let the clerks know that that's the case, then we'll proceed with business. So on the motion to defer the item? Refer? On the motion to refer the item? Actually, no, I can't do it that way.
No,
I need to find out.
you have to wait.
I have to wait to see if members of the public. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, if people
So
want to speak,
we'll
that's
hold
fine,
this.
but
We'll hold this in your name and take the referral motion later. Yep. I'm not counting that as a mistake. I'm still at 2. TE 19.30, removal of accessible loading zone, Kings Park Boulevard. Councillor Fletcher.
Sorry.
No
I'll
problem.
move the staff recommendation.
Very good. On the staff recommendations, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. Yeah, I mean, everybody, don't have any expectation that this goes as smoothly as when we're all in the room. There are going to be little slowdowns now and again. Item TE 19.31, installation removal of on-street accessible parking spaces, September 2020. This impacts Councillors Bailao and Fletcher. Either of you want to move that?
I'll move that.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 19.23, installation of on-street accessible parking spaces, September 2020, non-delegated. Councillor Bailao.
Move staff recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 19.33, parking amendments Melville Avenue between Shaw Street and Christie Street. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to defer the item for one cycle.
Okay. On the motion to defer, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 19.34, parking amendments, Bingham Avenue. Councillor Bradford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move to staff recommendations, please.
Okay. On the staff recommendations, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 19.35, extension of permit parking hours, Vernon Street. This is mine. I'll move the recommendations from staff. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 19.36, extension of permit parking hours, Roxton Road. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. I have a motion from staff.
Okay, give everyone a moment to look at that. Okay. That's the complete motion? Yeah? Okay. All those on the motion? None, any opposed? That carries. I believe I don't have to do as amended, right? That was replacing it? Yeah, I think that replaced. Oh, okay, I have to do item as amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 19.37, realignment of permit parking on Birch Avenue to exclude the development located at 2640 Birch Avenue. Councillor
I
Matt.
move the recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 19.38, realignment of permit parking area 6G to exclude the development located at 225 Jarvis Street. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I've moved the recommendations in the staff report.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 19.39, speed limit reduction, Denison Avenue. Councillor Layton, this is correspondence from Councillor Cressy.
Yes, on behalf of local councillor, I would like to move his recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 19.40, traffic calming speed humps on Elm Avenue. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move the alternate recommendations. This is to proceed with the poll.
Okay. On the alternate recommendations, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 19.41, traffic calming speed humps, Gillard Avenue. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I have a motion there, Mr. Chair. And it is to defer run round. Defer for a ballot.
Defer this until the next meeting? Okay, very well.
Yeah.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Members, I now need a motion to introduce items 42 through 58. Councillor Wong-Tam. All those in favor of introduction? Opposed, if any? That carries. Okay, so we're past 10 o'clock now, so I suggest we go back to our timed items.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I'm going to, on TE 19.6, staff have an amendment, and we'll be deferring that item. I see that we have two deputants on the line right now, so rather than them waiting for me to defer that, I don't know if we could move that now.
Councillor Bradford, I appreciate that. We have a couple of different items that are going to be deferred later in the agenda, and
sure.
Deputants have the right to speak even though the item is going to be deferred. So rather than get into a complicated shuffle, we'll just move through the items in agenda order. Okay?
Okay, no problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so our first timed item today is TE 19.1, 150 Dunn Avenue zoning amendment, part of a larger parcel of land including 74, 82, 130, 160, and 162 Dunn Avenue, as well as 1 through 17 Close Avenue, and 74 and 78 Springhurst Avenue. We do have a number of deputants, so I'll begin by taking deputations. I have a number of people listed from the University Health Network, starting with Kevin Smith. Okay. Kevin, you are connected. Can you say hello so we know that you can hear us? I also have Emma West from Bousfields, who are the planners for University Health Network, Marnie Weber from University Health Network, and Andrew Boozery from UHN. Are any of you available right now?
Yes, this is Emma West from Bousfields.
Emma, are you aware of what the team from UHN wants to do?
Yes, I think if I'll just make a few brief remarks and then hopefully Kevin can get connected.
Why don't we do this, if it's okay with you? If it's okay with you, Emma, I'll ask the clerk to work to see what the problem is with the UHN deputants, and you could go first. Is that all right?
That sounds perfect.
Okay, so you'll have 5 minutes. Your clock should be visible on your screen. You can start now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, members of Community Council, and also to staff for all of your efforts on this application. You'll be aware that the proposal is for an addition to the existing long-term care facility that is located in Parkdale. The proposal is for a 6-story addition that would provide 192 beds, which would be approximately 10,000 square meters.
Your video camera's off.
In this regard, and I think you'll hear this from UHN shortly, long-term care beds are vitally important in the city, as I'm sure you can all appreciate, and therefore we appreciate the support that city staff have provided throughout this process. Kirk Hatcher and Dan Nicholson in particular have been helpful in ensuring that the process has moved forward for this zoning bylaw amendment application. And I'll leave my remarks there. We appreciate all of the efforts and look forward to the conversation today. I'm available to answer questions if needed, and hopefully we can get UHN's deputants on to describe what UHN has been doing more broadly in the community for this site and for long-term care.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Seeing none? Are we having any luck connecting with the UHN people yet?
Good morning, Councillor. It's Kevin Smith. Can you hear me?
Hi, Kevin. Good morning.
Morning.
So we can hear you now. So what we're going to do is give you 5 minutes. If you're watching on video, you'll be able to see a clock. Otherwise, I'll let you know when you get to the end of your time. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. So very pleased to be with you this morning and to pursue our shared goal of a healthier world or a healthier Toronto. With this important vision in mind, UHN is very proud to be partnering with the city to improve the health and social conditions of Toronto's most vulnerable communities, including our seniors and individuals experiencing homelessness or being underhoused. At UHN, we actually see the impact of these populations on the front line each and every day. For example, I think you, like I, will be shocked when I first heard the information that 234 downtown patients, individuals, made up over 15,000 emergency department visits in 1 year. It's an absolutely staggering number of visits, and we all know that they weren't there each time for an emergency, but because of the needs for the broader determinants of health to be addressed for their success. We also know that our seniors are facing significant challenges related to isolation and loneliness, and this has become in and of itself its own pandemic. Unfortunately, these challenges were exacerbated by COVID-19, both in wave 1 and as we see wave 2 building. Since the onset of the pandemic, Toronto Public Health data has reported that over 80% of COVID cases are impacting low-income and racialized communities. We've also heard about the challenges in long-term care, and so I'm very grateful that our UHN team working with the city has stepped up to help support long-term care across the city, and also in partnership with the city and Toronto Public Health and community partners to have established a COVID-19 hotel recovery site for people experiencing homelessness. A couple of bits of data for you. There are over 5,700 individuals who are on a waiting list for a long-term care bed in Toronto. 42% of the ALC, which means alternate level of care, so these are residents who have been deemed no longer requiring an acute care hospital, remain in acute care hospitals, not the best place for them to be cared for while waiting for a long-term care bed. Unfortunately, this situation is likely only to worsen with Toronto's growing and aging population, growing and aging at approximately 1.9% per year age-adjusted population growth. It will also likely worsen with anticipated closure of long-term care beds. Currently, our Toronto Central LIN data tells us 48% of existing long-term care beds in Toronto reside in homes that are in need of redevelopment. If homes aren't resourced to meet the new stringent design requirements that COVID-19 has revealed, Toronto risks seeing them close or potentially leave the city. We also know that long-term care operators struggle at times with land values to maintain the home in Toronto. Today, I'm, however, very encouraged about our opportunity to collectively address these monumental challenges facing us collectively. There is an opportunity to bring 192 long-term care beds to Parkdale, to commit to protecting and expanding access to affordable and supportive housing, and if approved, we would work with our current tenants in the city to ensure security and supports for any future redevelopment. As laid out in the city's housing report this week, we look forward to working with the city, community agencies, and tenants around a new and exciting inclusive visioning and a master planning process. This is a unique opportunity to bring together leaders from healthcare, the community, social services, the city, and to create a lasting solution for affordable and supportive housing, especially focused on those high user needs who secure healthcare services frequently and often without success. COVID has shown us that nothing short of a truly integrated approach will suffice for these colleagues. We must also work to tackle homelessness and poor health outcomes that are caused by poverty, marginalization, and, of course, a lack of adequate housing. We also, therefore, request your support in protecting and maintaining affordable and supportive housing to UHN's Parkdale-owned properties, which we've included as part of today's zoning amendment for 150 Dunn Avenue, otherwise known as UHN's Lakeside site. This commitment would last for at least 49 years and all 13 properties. We're excited about the opportunity to embark on this in partnership with the city and many other partner organizations, including the United Way. Thank you so much for your time, and I'd be happy to take any questions along with my colleagues.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Are there any questions for Kevin? No? Thank you. We appreciate your contribution today.
Thank you.
Next, I have listed Marnie Weber from UHN. Marnie, we do have you connected. No? We'll see if what the problem is there. Andrew Boozery. Andrew, your microphone is not connected. Could you make sure that it's turned on?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, Andrew. Hello. Good morning.
Hi, how are you? Hi, good morning, everyone.
Okay, so
thank you. I hope the mic-
we'll
yeah.
give you 5 minutes. If you're watching on video, you should be able to see the clock. Otherwise, when you get to the end of your time, I'll give you a reminder. Thank you for participating today.
Thanks so much. It sounds like maybe Marnie has joined. If not, thank you, everyone. Just to dovetail on Dr. Smith's comments, appreciate everyone's time and the opportunity to depute or to be able to speak. I think when it comes to, I'm speaking as a primary care physician and someone who's been able to work at UHN with respect to population health and social medicine. To be quite candid and personal, I'm someone who's really benefited from affordable housing and social housing in Toronto as the child of parents on social assistance in St. Jamestown, and have been fortunate to both work and learn from community leaders and members over the course of my career about the importance of housing and the importance of community to ensure that we are able to improve population health and the health outcomes that all of us are so committed to. I would just like to reflect briefly, but also to speak to the power of the pandemic in magnifying these issues around the housing crisis in our city that we have seen not only within the shelters, but for people who've been underhoused. And I've also been fortunate to work with Toronto Public Health, the City of Toronto, and our community partners of Parkdale Queen West Community Health Centre and the neighborhood group through the pandemic with respect to establishing some of the hotel recovery sites as part of UHN to help care for families and patients who were COVID positive during the pandemic to safely isolate and support. So it is with hope in terms of the proposals passing with respect to expanding more long-term care, given another area of chronic neglect with respect to long-term care, that we're hoping to see the advancement, but also around the issues and prospects around protecting affordable and social housing, ensuring that there's supports and safety there for the UHN tenants in any steps or moves forward about addressing the housing crisis, and also ensuring that we continue to learn and work very closely, but also partner with community leadership, with community partners and the UHN tenants around what this master vision can look like and the importance of this work for not only UHN, but the community writ large, and hope that this is someplace where, again, collectively, there can be efforts to improve population health and continue our learning through the pandemic, again, in areas where there's been chronic neglect and the racial and economic divide that we've seen. So thank you. I'll leave the last 2 minutes for any questions, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Andrew. Are there any questions of Andrew? No? Andrew, thank you for your contribution today.
Appreciate it.
Marnie, I'm going to give you one more kick at the can. Are you with us here now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we've done it.
You can.
Congratulations.
So, thank you, Councillor. I'm here to answer questions, and I'm also excited by both the Lakeside Expansion Project and your support, and as well for the social medicine. So, to answer questions, turn it back to you.
Okay. Are there any questions for Marnie? No, seeing none. Thank you very much. Our next listed deputant is Esther Townsend. Esther, are you with us this morning?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, Esther. Welcome. So we're going to give you 5 minutes, and please, when you're ready, start your comments.
Thank you. My name is Esther Townsend. I live at 5 Close Avenue, and I'm speaking on behalf of SPUNTA, the South Parkdale UHN Tenants Association. which represents tenants living in 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, and 15 Close Avenue, 78 Springhurst, and 74 Dunn, all of which are covered by the Section 37 agreement outlined in the bylaw amendment report. We support the building of a vitally needed new long-term care center in our neighborhood, and we're pleased to see it accompanied by a Section 37 agreement that protects our housing and other affordable housing on UHN's property. Our members have long advocated for the currently vacant properties at 1, 3, and 17 Close to be used for affordable housing, and we welcome the development of new supportive housing on these sites. We'd like to express our appreciation for the countless hours of work on the part of Councillor Perks, City Planning staff, and UHN staff that have gone into making this agreement a reality. At the same time, we were alarmed to read the City Housing Secretariat's report, which seems to envision a redevelopment that will include demolishing our homes to make way for a larger housing project on the site. Yesterday, we read a Toronto Star article that outlined UHN's vision for a campus of care that redevelops the whole end of the block. Not only were we not consulted on this, but high-level UHN staff explicitly told us recently that there were as yet no plans for redevelopment and that we would be included in a visioning process for future development. We would like to put on record our deep concern about the proposed demolition of our homes and the risks it poses to the grassroots intentional community that has organically grown and developed in these houses for over 27 years. In 1993, a group of us rented 5 and 7 Close Avenue from the Queen Elizabeth Hospital to house a queer-positive intentional community aspiring to live in accordance with the Catholic worker tradition of nonviolence, simplicity, and social justice. Until 2010, the community ran houses of hospitality that welcomed people in crisis and transition, asking them only to contribute what they could. These houses attracted a larger community that soon moved into the surrounding houses. We made strong connections with the larger Parkdale neighborhood, becoming part of the social fabric and the local economy. We've supported each other through illness, hospitalization, bereavement, and psychiatric crisis, and celebrated life's big and small joys together. In other words, we've already been practicing social medicine for almost 30 years. During this time, we've invested countless hours of sweat equity and considerable money of our own into repairing and improving these houses and gardens. We didn't want our homes to suffer the fate of 1, 3, and 17 Close, which were neglected to the point of becoming uninhabitable. Although we no longer run houses of hospitality, we continue to thrive as a mixed-income community with strong relationships of mutual support. Many of us are vulnerable due to age, low income, or physical or mental illness, and the community offers us both practical and emotional support. This kind of grassroots community can't be created overnight or by institutional decree. In the words of Jane Jacobs, a community is a complex organism with complicated resources that grow gradually and organically. We know that our houses, in their human scale, can't house as many people as a higher density development on the same land. We believe the community in these houses is worth protecting. We welcome higher density supportive development on vacant sites, and we would be pleased to build community with the new neighbors that this development would bring. We ask, however, homes our community has lived in and cared for almost 30 years be incorporated into any new development rather than razed to make way for it.
Okay, Esther, you're at your 5 minutes now. Sure.
Are asked.
Yeah.
Thank you. We therefore request that the Toronto and East York Community Council affirm their support in principle in the spirit of Jane Jacobs for a vision of development on this site that incorporates the existing houses and households into any new development, and that the council ensure that UHN's tenants have a seat at the table in all discussions about the development or redevelopment
Okay.
of housing on this site. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Thank you very much. I do have a question of you.
Yes.
I believe I heard you say that the piece that's here today, which is giving UHN permission to expand the long-term care facility and through the securing through the Section 37 agreement that the properties that you live in and the adjacent ones be leased to the city for a 49-year period. That's all stuff you support. Am I right about that?
Yes, we
Okay.
support the long-term care center. We welcome the Section 37 agreement, and we need to talk a lot more about the redevelopment.
Okay. So on the redevelopment piece, that's not the piece that this body, Toronto East York Community Council, is discussing or has any authority over. That comes on Tuesday at the Planning and Housing Committee. I know that my office has been, like, you know, you and I discussed this yesterday, but my office has been corresponding with a number of tenants, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to all get together before Tuesday. Are you willing to work on some language for the Planning and Housing Committee so that we can be satisfied that all of the tenants there are part of the conversation about the future of that site?
We'd be very pleased to discuss that.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions for Esther? Okay, seeing none. Esther, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Next, I have listed Sarah Shepard. Sarah?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, Sarah. Good morning. So,
Good morning.
thank you for joining us today. We're going to give you 5 minutes. Start when you're ready.
Okay, my name's Sarah Shepard. I live in the upper apartment at 13 Close Avenue. I'm single, I'm 50 years old. I've been living in this community, 6 of the different houses, for 18 of the last 24 years. And I'm supporting the South Parkdale University Health Network Tenant Association's hopes and goals that Esther just expressed. When I came here in 1996, I was serving as a Catholic worker. I was living and working full-time, offering supportive housing to people who were single parents, who were newcomers, who didn't have legal status, who were struggling with addiction and mental health issues, who'd been evicted from their housing. And we did this learning from each other, supporting from each other, growing together, interacting organically. And today, 10 of the households who are part of this organization include a large number of elderly, disabled, and underwaged people who continue to provide ongoing interactive support. When the Catholic worker movement was founded, although we don't formally have a Catholic worker community in Toronto, one of the core values was what we called building a new society in the shell of the old. That was during the Great Depression, where there was a crisis like we have today. And that just means, to me, not eliminating spaces or organizations, but seeking out and sustaining what's good and nurturing and vibrant in what already exists. And then working together to co-create new spaces that both meet essential needs and our plans, places that where nurturing kindness and generosity and diversity and dignity. So I want to speak to support the Lakeside Center's expansion. It offers essential services, and I'd like to really support and affirm and express gratitude for the Section 37, because that makes the currently vacant lands spaces that are being considered for affordable and supportive housing, and it offers a guarantee of housing continuing to be available. But like Esther, I'm very concerned about any possibility that the future of this space could include temporary or permanent displacement. I've been living with an illness called myalgic encephalomyelitis since 2008, and in 2013, 7 years ago, I abruptly needed to leave a fulfilling full-time job in the nonprofit sector, and I'm no longer able to earn a living. I'm no longer able to buy my own groceries or to lift heavy objects, to participate in the kinds of volunteer work and social work I used to be involved in. So I'm completely reliant on my immediate neighbors for those things, just basic things like taking out the garbage, but also for my mental and emotional well-being. So I'd really like any future use of these spaces to be ones that nurture diversity in abilities and ages and activities and incomes. I don't want to be someone who lives in what feels like an institution for people who are all impoverished and all disabled. And I know that any kind of displacement for me would result in a severe health setback. The last time I moved 7 years ago, I was unable to leave my home for 6 months, except to see the doctor as a result of that move. And I certainly heard what Councillor Perks said about how these issues are steps we're following in the future, but I'd like you all to hear this as they do flow out of the Section 37, which is being discussed today. And I'd like to reiterate that any future vision should include incorporating rather than relocating the existing houses and households, and that the tenants be guaranteed an active voice in a transparent planning and decision-making process. I really hope that's something that all of you will consider and commit to as we move forward.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Are there any questions? No? Sarah, thank you for contributing today. That was very helpful. Okay. Next, Claire Hine Kinsley. Are you with us, Claire?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great.
So you've got 5 minutes. Whenever you're ready, please start.
Okay, so my name's Claire, and I live in the community represented by Spunta, and I'm also speaking in support of our collective deputation, as read by Esther. Our neighbors, my neighbors are speaking about what it's meant to us to live in this intentional community. So in my case, I want to speak to the process that we've witnessed thus far. The goal of UHN's partnership with the city is to practice social medicine, and the very foundation of social medicine is respect, right? Respect for people's intelligence, their self-determination, and their right to have a say in issues that affect their lives. And yet, ironically, we feel as tenants that this kind of respect has been conspicuously lacking in the way that UHN has chosen to handle its social medicine initiative thus far. In September 2019, after repeated attempts on our part to advocate for greater housing security, for the rehabilitation of UHN's vacant houses as affordable housing, and for more transparent communication, we received an email from the CEO of UHN. This email committed to giving us security of tenure and went on to say, quote, "Most importantly, we are committed to rebuilding trust. This will require community members at the table as projects move forward," unquote. So imagine our surprise when we found out last August that UHN had applied for demolition permits for the vacant houses adjoining our homes without even informing us, let alone giving us any kind of seat at the table. We found out by seeing a city notice taped to the door of these houses. After communicating our concern to UHN and asking what the plan was for those sites, we received an email from a senior UHN staff member that said, quote, "Currently, no specific plans have been identified for the site's co-creation or for the use of the soon-to-be vacant land on 1 and 3 Close. We are excited to begin consultation on this work together," unquote. We met with 2 senior UHN staff on September 9th, and in the course of that meeting, one of them intimated that the results of this future consultation might not necessarily always be to our liking. This felt a bit alarming, so we wanted to know whether UHN was envisioning replacing our homes with a larger development. At this point, the UHN staff could have said, well, to be honest, yes, we are. But they said nothing of the kind. Instead, we were assured that there was as yet no vision of what any new development would look like, that the vision was yet to be co-created in consultation with the community, and that we would be part of that process. We were even told that they felt they had a lot to learn from us where social medicine was concerned. So we assumed, perhaps naively, that we would have the chance to advocate for win-win options that would use vacant lands near our homes for new housing. And those lands exist, right? There are not only the lots where houses are uninhabitable or demolished, there's land behind the houses currently being used for local parking. There are some large backyards that could potentially be reduced in size. There's a lot of room for creative planning. So imagine our surprise then when we found out via an article in the Toronto Star that UHN does have a plan, and that the plan is to redevelop the houses. There were glowing quotes about affordable housing in this article from UHN and city staff, but nobody from UHN or the city saw fit to inform us that the homes our community has lived in and tended and indeed practiced social medicine in for almost 30 years, that the homes that community members had been born, married, and died in appear to be slated for demolition. Nobody had the common decency or respect even to inform us, let alone consult us, let alone give us the promised seat at the table. Is this what social medicine should look like? Is this the kind of treatment that tenants of the new supportive housing development should be prepared to expect? I sincerely hope not, but action speaks much, much louder than words. So I'll leave you with this question. What action is the city going to take to ensure that UHN's tenants have a real seat at the table from here on in? And what action is the city going to take to ensure that development options are explored that preserve our homes as the seed of a vibrant new community rather than viewing them as an obstacle to top-down development? Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. And, you know, it's not really the practice here that folks ask us questions, but I just want to acknowledge the question you asked at the end and reiterate that on Tuesday, we're going to be considering the longer-term disposition of the whole site and the city's relationship. And you have my undertaking that we will make sure that that process is a lot more inclusive and acknowledges the tenure there than the process that we're dealing with here today has done. And also to agree, I was quite startled to see a piece in the Toronto Star making those claims myself. Okay. I have listed next William Payne. Now, I understand William hasn't been able to connect with our clerk yet, but I did want to make sure that if he's on a phone and hasn't been able to connect with the clerk, that he had an opportunity to. William, if you can hear me and you've called in, are you here? Okay. I'll follow up with William myself. Michael Armstrong.
Hello.
Hi, Michael. How are you today?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much.
And we'll give you 5 minutes. You can start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'm a tenant, 78 Springhurst, neighbors with Claire and Sarah and Esther and others. Just to give a brief description of what this community has meant for me personally. I just turned 70 years old in August. I moved into the housing at 78 Springhurst in '98. This has been my wonderful home for 22 years. I'm a graduate of U of T Law School, where I had an LSAT score of 90 percentile. I was called to the bar in '79. But 9 years earlier, at the age of 20, I was diagnosed in 1970 as schizophrenic, which turned out to be a wrong diagnosis, which wasn't corrected. For 23 years, my current diagnosis is bipolar. I've been locked up in psychiatric wards over a dozen times in my life, usually from 2 to 6 weeks at a time, usually due to medication problems. That has interfered with my capacity to work a lot during my life, so my contributions to CPP have been very low, which means that my present income from them as a senior with OAS is $1,500 a month, which I'm very, very grateful for, and I'm able to live quite well where I am on that amount of money, believe it or not, but it's not much to look for housing in Toronto. As mentioned, 78 Springhurst is part of what used to be the Toronto Catholic Worker, and around social medicine, as has been said now by Claire and also Sarah, we in essence have been practicing that. And to give you some examples of my own life, at one point I was being held at St. Joe's Hospital in their psychiatric holding pen, and the community drew up a list of times and people to spend with me for 48 hours. I was not left alone, even though I was quite psychotic. Another time I needed power of attorney to be given to people to look after my finances, and the community stepped up. Along the way, I have done a lot of public speaking and educating around mental health. I've spoken to medical students, nursing students, social work students, disability studies students, and most importantly, the police, where for 2 years I traveled to Scarborough to the Bick Police College to instruct officers and staff how best to deal with mentally ill people and what mentally ill people feel when they have to deal with police. So it was very worthwhile work. And the Center for Addiction and Mental Health, as a result, hearing about my work, gave me in 2003 one of their Courage to Come Back awards, which they award people and honor people who've been able to be productive in their lives despite a heavy-duty mental illness or addiction. So these people on the street are just not neighbors to me. Also, the community got together and bought a ticket, actually, for that CAMH event, that gala dinner, so that Dan could come and witness my great evening. Again, they're not just neighbors. I mourn the loss of my house, as described in the Toronto Star. I can only hope against hope that I understand the English language when that article mentions a seeming commitment on UHN or the city's behalf to find me something to live in somewhere in this town. I don't know if one can trust even the English language these days with the likes of Mr. Trump being part of our worldview, but I'm hoping that the promises and intentions displayed towards people like myself will be carried through so that I really do not have to worry life and death about my future. So I thank you, and also just to add as well, I'm totally in support of the more long-term beds, the better, for sure, and affordable housing as well, and social medicine. But we all have that already where we are and have been now for almost 30 years. So I don't understand the utility of tearing that all down and then building it all up again for some idea of social medicine. So thank you.
Thank you, Michael. It's always great to hear from you. Are there any questions for Michael? No? Michael, we'll be in touch.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next I have listed, oh, hi, it's Anna Teresa Portillo. Anna, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Hi. Long time no see.
Thank you very much, Gord.
Okay.
Yes.
So you know the deal here, right?
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
I do. My name is Ana Teresa Portillo. I'm the chair of the Parkdale Neighborhood Land Trust and the community benefits organizer with Parkdale People's Economy. I am deeply disturbed that the community stakeholders who have been negotiating with the city and University Health Network have all been systematically erased from this report. I question how community stakeholders can sit at the table if this report works to erase their presence. For this reason, I have chosen to share the deputation of William Payne, who is a member of South Parkdale UHN Tenant Association and could not be here today. Please refer to William's written submission for his full comments. Written by William Payne. I'm a member of the Tenant Association that represents the people that live in most of the houses that are subject of this report, this staff report, and the recommendations in it. While I'm supportive of this report, I'm concerned with some of the language in the documents that appear to open the door to a form of development that could potentially include demolishing the houses south of UHN's Bickle Center to make way for a larger scale housing project. Instead, I ask you to ensure that whatever comes next incorporates and builds on the rich story of community building that has taken place in these houses for at least 3 decades. Specifically, I ask that you do formally affirm, in the spirit of Jane Jacobs, a vision of development on this site that incorporates the existing houses and the households that inhabit them. This means recognizing the decades of work that the existing tenants have contributed to build a diverse, place-based community, as well as the use of their own resources and labor to keep these houses inhabitable through the years of UHN neglect. Also, I ask you to affirm the importance of giving UHN's tenant a seat at the table in all discussion about plans for and further development of these residential properties and the adjacent parking lot for the purpose of housing. Let me tell you something about who we are. We call our tenants association SPUNTA, and that stands for South Parkdale University Hospital Network Tenants Association. We've been focused on how to create and maintain a space of inclusion, solidarity, diversity, a space that so many people have been able to call home for many years. We have lost track of how many different people have found a roof in this informal community since we began. More than 1,000 people have lived here for at least a little while over the past 3 decades. Some people have first arrived out of bitter necessity and needed to ask strangers to provide them with shelter. And some households have been able to open their doors to meet these needs. Others have come because they were attracted to this happenstance, queer in every sense of the word, collection of people of every age and background, birth and death, childhood, young adulthood, middle-agedness and old age, joyful celebration and life-threatening illness, and every other part of life that you can imagine are part of this story. While we don't presently provide hospitality to large numbers of people in urgent need of a place to stay in the same way we did in the past, we have made possible the sort of dynamic urban community that Jane Jacobs dreamed of, one whose strength is in the connections between fragile lives. In all of this, we have lived with insecurity of not knowing how much longer this assemblage of increasingly ramshackle abodes would continue to offer a place for us. The landlord has provided at best basic and usually sporadic maintenance of the houses. We ourselves and at our own expense took on much of the maintenance of and indeed improvements of these houses. I could walk you through the house where I live and tell you who painted which wall, or even which walls and ceilings were completely rebuilt by tenants, which tenant refinished or relayed every floor, which sinks and showers were fixed or replaced, which windows and doors we paid to have replaced. Really, it might be faster to point out the windows and doors that we haven't used or our own money to update. And others could do the same for their units. And we could point to gardens and perennials and bushels and trees we have planted and maintained, to patios we have laid, to driveways we have restored. As our history in these houses shows, addressing the housing crisis and providing community friendship and support is a large part of how we have long lived in these homes. I simply ask for assurances that both UHN and the city, now as partner, will include us, all community stakeholders, in any plans that they are now making. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anna Teresa. Are there any questions? No? Okay. Thank you very much for helping us out this morning. I'll go next to Mercedes. Hey, Mercedes, you with us?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Okay, go ahead.
Awesome. Good morning, everyone. Thanks so much for having me. My name is Mercedes Zayas, and I work for the Parkdale People's Economy. On behalf of our team, we want to voice our support for the expansion of the Lakeside Long-Term Care Center and the creation and preservation of affordable and supportive housing, while still expressing our concerns with the report and the process by providing specific recommendations for the integration of community benefits and the protection of tenure of existing housing stock in the tenanted properties. For over 18 years, as we've heard, the people of Parkdale have watched as the Toronto Rehab Centre and subsequently the University Health Network have neglected to honour a 2002 Toronto City Council recommendation to maintain and rehabilitate the affordable housing stock it owns in South Parkdale. 2 of these houses, 1 and 3 Close Avenue, have been left vacant for over 20 years and are likely past the point of rehabilitation, and a third house at 17 Close Avenue was demolished in 2015. In the remaining properties, a strong and caring community has been established by the South Parkdale UHN Tenants Association, or SPUNTA, who we've heard from today, to steward the properties that UHN has not maintained through systemic neglect. As Toronto's affordable housing crisis grows, it is imperative that public institutions do everything they can to protect and increase access to affordable housing, especially vulnerable populations. Over the past 3 years, the Parkdale People's Economy has been convening local health institutions in Parkdale to discuss opportunities for local inclusive hiring, purchasing, and investments in the neighborhood with the aim of improving social determinants of health, community wealth building, and local well-being. When UHN applied for the expansion of the Lakeside Long-Term Care Facility, the Parkdale People's Economy, with support from the Toronto Community Benefits Network, SPUNTA, and local community partners, engaged senior representatives to commit to 3 core pillars. The first being decent work for the construction and operations of the development. The second being affordable housing through the preservation of their existing homes and expansion of social housing on vacant properties. And the third being an equitable process to ensure transparency and accountability and a seat at the table for community. Our recommendations were informed by the Parkdale Community Benefits Framework, which sets forward minimum standards for development and was developed over 18 months with deep community consultation. While we are excited to see momentum around one of our core pillars for affordable housing in this report, we maintain concerns that the very homes we were aiming to protect are now being considered for a wide-scale redevelopment project. We also recognize that 2 of our core pillars, decent work and equitable process, are notably absent from the current proposal. The impacts of the global pandemic have brought to light the crisis of for-profit health systems within long-term care, specifically with regards to the mistreatment and undervaluing of workers, which impacts the quality of care for patients, and in the context of COVID-19, the significant loss of lives. This is why we have called for UHN to commit to 60% local equitable hiring with living wages in their new facility and to ensure that at least half of their workforce is full-time. The global movement for racial justice has also shed light on the systemic impacts of anti-Black racism, which have come to light through the violent placement of nooses across construction sites in the city of Toronto. There's a need to break through the pervasiveness of white supremacy in the construction industry, which is why we have also called for 40% of entry-level apprenticeship positions to be allocated for local equitable hiring within the construction, renovation, and retrofit of the facility and the homes. We believe that a strong partnership with local tenants, workers, unions, and community organizations is integral to seeing this development forward and a successful community benefits agreement. And therefore, the third pillar of our approach has been equitable process, which is a critical concern for this development, as we've heard many times over in the deputations. The 2002 agreement is a prime example of what takes place when there are no clear parameters for transparency or accountability to our community with regards to commitments for community benefits. This is why we recommend the creation of a community benefits advisory committee to be created in addition to 2 potential working groups, one overseeing workforce development and one overseeing the affordable housing. We propose for committees and working groups to meet quarterly to review public reporting on the development with representation from key community stakeholders and equity-seeking community members. So to conclude, we champion the creation of affordable and supportive housing and the long-term care beds, but we do not want this to come at the expense of existing community or without clear commitments to community leadership at the table. So I'm going to focus on 3 core recommendations we would like to see moving forward with the city. Number 1, to explore the opportunity for decent
Mercedes, I hate to do this, but you're at your 5 minutes. Could you just give us one concluding thought, please?
Can I just quickly go over these very quick? Number 1 is to explore the commitment for decent work in the redevelopment and both the facility and the homes that would be transferred to the city. Number 2 being the establishment of an advisory committee with the ability to strike working groups. And number 3, ensuring that SPUNTA and Parkdale People's Economy are named as key stakeholders in the report and community representatives at these tables.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Mercedes? No? Thank you for coming and giving us your advice here today. Next, I have listed Hope Smith. Hope, are you with us?
I'm here.
Hi, Hope. So you have 5 minutes. Please, when you're ready, share your thoughts with us.
Thank you, Mr. Perks. My name is Hope Smith. My submission is in support of that presented by Esther Townsend on behalf of Spunta, of which I'm a proud member. I'd also like to endorse and support the comments of my fellow community members. In 2009, at the age of 74, I moved into the ground floor of 13 Close Avenue. It required a bit of care to bring it up to housing standard with friends and neighbors helping. I am now 84 years of age, and though I've had a fairly interesting life, I can truly say that the past 10 years have been the most continuously happy of my life. I wonder how many people of my age can make that claim. I attribute my happiness and well-being largely to the community which I discovered and became a part of here. Some of our members, as we have heard, deal with a variety of physical, mental, and/or financial challenges, but we are all there for each other, always. Ready with a meal, a phone call, a hospital visit, even on occasion, a shoulder to cry on. A community who gathers on important occasions. The beautiful trip to the Humber River on Easter morning, followed by a potluck breakfast, is a tradition dating back almost 30 years. Eagerly anticipated and prepared for, and attended by 30 or 40 people annually till COVID intervened. I was a founding member of a small group of residents who sponsored a refugee family of 5 from Syria. They are now well established and have become friends, living as they do a mere block from our community. During COVID and until recently, we gathered on Close Avenue to bang, ring bells, and make noise to celebrate the efforts of the healthcare and other workers keeping us going. Our pet network guarantees that no animal goes unfed during the absence of an owner, even on short notice. One of my neighbors in pre-COVID days always assisted me with the clipping of my cat's nails, saving a trip to the vet. The annual potluck get-together at the end of November at my home is a time of feasting and celebration, often numbering close to 100 people. 5 years ago, when recovering from pneumonia, I had no worries about cooking. Delicious meals from various households arrived at my door each day. And during COVID, my next-door neighbors always took my grocery list, no matter how heavy it was. Recently, when a pine tree that I had planted on arrival here began to display needles which turned brown before falling off, I knew just where to turn. I called my arborist neighbor 2 doors down, who provided me with the instructions for the treatment, which saved the tree. These are just a few of many experiences which make my community vital to my mental and physical health. In closing, I truly believe that the disruption of this special community would not just be a grievous personal loss, but a loss to the City of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? No? Thank you for bringing us your wisdom today. Next, I have Dylan Reed. Hi, Dylan. Are you with us? No? Okay. That concludes the list of speakers that I have on this item. Are there any questions of staff from members of the committee? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the deputies who came forward to speak today. I'm just really curious about the process that some of the deputies had highlighted about perhaps not being properly informed, not being deeply and genuinely engaged, reading about the application or the concept proposal through a newspaper article. Was there not prior engagement with the community before that?
Councillor Wong-Tam, I'm not sure who you're directing that to.
I guess my question would be through to city staff, just because they're on the floor right now, because they would also be aware of whether or not the applicant even had prior communication with the tenants and the occupants in the houses.
Good morning, Councillor. Abby Bond, Housing Secretariat. I'm going to jump in here. I don't have all of the details about the communication between the applicant and city staff regarding the long-term care facility. I'm going to let my planning colleagues speak to that, but I do want to make a couple of points regarding the housing piece that's been referenced this morning and the potential for redevelopment. We are in very early stages with that discussion with UHN, and there have been the report that will be coming forward to Planning and Housing Committee next week really is the start of that process. We're looking forward very much to working with the residents that live here and involving them very earnestly and getting them very involved in the discussions around how that community may change or not and the master planning piece. So those discussions, this is the start of that discussion. But I'll leave my planning colleagues to speak to the long-term care application and maybe also UHN staff in terms of the specific communications. Thank you.
Thank you, that's helpful. And I realize I'm deviating a little bit, so if with the indulgence of the chair, some of the tenants cited that they had spent their own dollars in improving the properties that they were living in. And I recognize that that's not usually a tenant responsibility to sort of redo windows or doors at their own costs and through their own resources and through their own energies. Is there going to be a process where some of those investments can be recaptured so perhaps those tenants can be compensated because they don't necessarily gain the material benefit anymore of that investment. That stays with the property.
Right. You know, Councillor Wong-Tam, this is kind of unusual. I actually know the answers to these questions better than city staff does. Okay. What I'm going to suggest is...
Would you care to answer?
I will. What I'd suggest is I'm going to give some remarks in a moment, and then if you have questions at that point of me, I'd be happy to entertain them, and I'll try to weave in some of the questions you've raised here.
That would be great, Mr.
Frankly,
Chair.
there's no one on city staff who has been on this file for the last 13 years and knows it.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I'll wait for your remarks. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for city staff on the proposal that's in front of us? No? Okay. I'd like to speak a little bit. So first, I'm going to move the recommendations from the planning staff that are in front of us today. And just to remind everybody, what we are effectively doing with this report is giving the UHN permission to expand their current building to include new long-term care beds. Secondly, we are giving the city solicitor and the planning department a direction to go sign an agreement with the UHN, which gives the city a 49-year lease on the existing housing that's on site. And we are further instructing staff to hold the bills on this improvement until, or on this Section 37 agreement, until UHN has met all of the requirements of the fire code and building code on these properties. Okay, that's what we're doing today. On Tuesday, when we go to planning and housing, there will be a discussion of some of the long-term stuff that you heard some of the deputants talk about. So that's just what we're doing. I want to make a couple comments though. First, I want to thank the members of the community who came and shared their stories today. Frankly, they were, if anything, a little bit too kind to the UHN given the history. Between the UHN and its predecessor, the Toronto Rehab Institute, we have had something like a 20-year dispute about the responsibilities of two hospitals to the tenants in these properties. 3 of the houses that were on the site were essentially demolished by neglect. One of the first things that I had to do when I got elected to City Council was to work with municipal licensing and housing staff, municipal licensing and standards staff, to go in and properly secure one of the buildings that was vacant because it was essentially being demolished by neglect. And the existing hospital at that time, the TRI, was refusing to do any work to maintain that building. Over the course of over a decade, I quite frankly have lost count of the number of times I have had conversations with TRI staff or UHN staff saying, you have an outstanding property standards or building code issue that you must resolve, and being assured, it's going to get resolved, and then have no action taken. And that's why this wonderful group of people who live there have often had to take on maintenance of the building by themselves. It is frankly scandalous, and I'll be very blunt about that, scandalous the extent to which a public institution has both failed to live up to their obligations as a landlord and simultaneously offered words of a reassurance over and over again that they've never met. Small wonder that the people who live there and the people in the surrounding community have very little trust in the process going forward. And that's why, since day one, when the UHN came forward with the proposal to expand the long-term care facility, I have made it very clear that that is only going to happen if we are able to secure better landlord-tenant relationships by transferring that responsibility away from UHN. If we approve what's here today and follow through the process, that responsibility will come to the City of Toronto, and we will work with the people who reside there to create some kind of a not-for-profit structure or housing provider structure so that their tenure will finally be treated with respect and dignity, which is something that two public institutions have failed to do for over a decade. Disappointing doesn't even cover it. The final point I want to make is, like the tenants at these properties, I was absolutely astonished to see a piece appear in the Toronto Star, just as several months ago I was absolutely astonished to see a piece appear in the Toronto Globe and Mail, where the UHN was touting their grand vision for these properties as if nobody lived there. And I just want to make it very plain that now that the City of Toronto is going to have leasehold control of these properties, all of that ends. If the UHN wants to make announcements about a grand vision that they have, and it could be a wonderful outcome, without involving the people who live in place there, there will be consequences. So, with that, members, those are my remarks. Councillor Wong-Tam, do you have any further questions that I didn't answer in that?
No, Mr. Chair, and I would like to speak afterwards.
Very good.
When you're ready.
Why don't you go now?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you again to the deputants, to the planning staff, and to Abigail for trying to answer my first question. I recognize that as a councillor who may not know all the ins and outs of the conversations and the process that the community as well as the local councillor has had to endure, I was taken back with what I heard today, and I want to convey to the deputants who step forward, who are living in those homes, you're in very good hands with Councillor Perks. I know that he cares very deeply about this community, and he will do absolutely everything he can to correct this course. I think it's quite regrettable that you have not been given the level of respect and the relationship that you deserve with the landlord. I was quite taken back to hear that tenants would be at their own cost retrofitting homes, putting in doors as well as windows, because that is not normal. And I think we all recognize how extraordinarily unnormal that is. So I do think that moving forward, if there is a way, and there has to be, to correct this relationship and to reestablish trust and to reestablish that level of respect that the tenants deserve. That should be at the very core of the discussion that drives this process forward. It cannot be back-ended. It has to be front-loaded. And I would really encourage everyone, including the applicants, especially the applicant. We know you do exceptional work in providing care and healthcare to the communities and across the city, and we thank you for that. But we also have to make sure that you are going to be a good partner with your existing stakeholders and those who are already on site. And if anything, what I've learned today is that there's much room for improvement, and I'm hoping that all the parties can come together and hit the refresh and reset button to make sure moving forward it gets better and not worse. I hope that the next time we see each other in this, well, hopefully it'll be in person, but I hope the next time we all come together that the relationship would have dramatically improved and that everyone is then championing the project moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak to this item? Councillor Bailao?
Councillor Brooks, I'm going to be very succinct because between you and Councillor Wong-Tam, I think everything has been said. I just find it amazing that different groups of people with the same goals and objectives and values are so apart. And as Councillor Wong-Tam was saying, I really hope that as we move the project forward, because has great potential. I mean, the City of Toronto is losing long-term care beds. We need the supportive housing. And I think that these are issues and things that everybody around the table believe that we can really have a robust discussion and a plan that truly involves everybody and has all the voices represented and addresses the issues of everybody. So I know that you're on it, so I think we're all in good hands, but I think that we're all here to support the process and support all the parties involved.
Thank you. Anyone else who wishes to make comments on this? No? Okay then. On the recommendations in the report, all those in favor? Oh, opposed? That carries. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so in a moment, we're going to move to the next item.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order.
If I were promoted to speaker, I'd be really delighted, but...
Well, we'll consider it. But Mr. Chair, if I may, items TE 19.2 and TE 19.11 involve the same site, and I think it would be useful to hear them together. Many of the speakers are the same.
Yep. Okay, Councillor Layton.
There are some that are different.
This is a recurring problem we have at Toronto East York Community Council. There are actually statutory reasons why we have to hear each separately because they're governed under different pieces of law, and each of them requires its own statutory meeting. What I can do to accommodate you is suggest that we hear 2 and then 11, is it? One after the other, and I'll offer people right now the advice that if they only wish to speak to one or other of the issues, the planning issues or the heritage issues, that they may choose to, drop off one speaking list and just be on the other. But if they have comments on both, we're legally obliged to give them the opportunity on both.
I am quite happy to hear from them on both. I just wanted to make sure that both items were heard one after the other.
Okay, very good.
Thank you very much.
All right.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, good morning.
Yes, Councillor Fletcher.
I'm having trouble finding the speakers list on all the items today. Could you please advise us?
Certainly. As I said at the beginning of the meeting, let me pull out my sheet. What you do...
Yeah, my staff have tried that. It's not there. They can't find it.
I'm just finding you the link. Okay, so if you go to the council page where you can follow different committee agendas, right?
Yeah.
You go to Toronto East York Community Council.
Yeah.
So you have the Timis piece scrolling there.
Yeah.
There is a box on that screen which is speakers. If you click on it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Yep, we'll try again. Thanks very much.
You're quite welcome. If there are any further problems, the clerks are standing by to send you a picture of the screen or whatever it is that you need in order to do it. All right? Okay. That takes us to TE 19.2, 78 through 90, Queen's Park Zoning Bylaw Amendment Final Report. And again, just as we were discussing, for everyone who's listed to speak on this, please be aware that immediately after dealing with this, we will go to the companion report, which is 1911, the intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, alterations to designated heritage properties and authority to enter into a heritage agreement for 80 and 84 Queen's Park. Okay, so if you're listed on both, it is completely within your rights to speak on both. If you have comments on just one or the other, perhaps you can indicate that when I call your name. Okay? So the first person we have listed on item 2 is Alan Barker. Are you with us, Alan?
It's Alan Baker.
Baker, I am so sorry, Alan. That's my third mistake of the day for all of those keeping track. Okay, Alan, so you've got 5 minutes. Please, when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Perks and members of the Toronto East York Community Council, and thank you for this opportunity to address the Council. I will be speaking on both items, so just to let you know. My name is Alan Baker, and I am, as we heard, and I'm the president of the Greater Yorkville Residents Association, also known as GYRA. The geographic area of our Residents Association runs from Avenue Road east to Yonge Street, and from Charles Street north to Pears Avenue and Ramsden Park Road. GYRA represents 44 condominium buildings, which is home to almost 10,000 residents. It's important to know that only 3 buildings of the 44 buildings in our association have some sort of view of the planetarium site. And approximately 95% of those residents who live in those 3 buildings either do not have a view of Queen's Park or are located above the projected height of the proposed building, and therefore their view would not be negatively affected. Full disclosure, I have a full, unobstructed view of almost the entire Queen's Park precinct. I live on the 24th floor, so if this proposed building were to regrettably get built, the height of the building will not interfere with my view whatsoever, other than to have a constant reminder of what should have been built on this site. In other words, there are only a handful of residents of approximately 10,000 residences in our association that have a view that might be negatively affected if this proposed building goes forward. The reason I'm providing this information is to dispel any notion that our Residents Association's opposition to this proposed building has anything to do with views. I am not an architect nor a planning professional. I am simply a concerned resident and property owner. It's clear to me that Queen's Park, with its mature trees and open spaces and historic buildings, is one of the last majestic avenues in our city, which has been preserved from the early 19th and 20th centuries. At GYRA's last in-person board meeting, there was a unanimous vote in opposition to this proposed building. In full disclosure again, one board member recused himself from the discussion and vote due to a potential conflict of interest. The proposed building with its high ceilings is equivalent in height to a 14-story condominium building. Couple that with its extraordinary massing, we strongly feel that it overwhelms the entire Queen's Park historic precinct. In addition, and certainly not to be minimized, the construction of this proposed building on this site would strip the landscape of so many of its mature trees. While I'm on the subject of trees, we were incredibly surprised to find out that the city forestry has already issued a permit to destroy a number of these mature trees before a rezoning is even approved, especially given the overwhelming public opposition to this tower proposal in this very important precinct. While we've been told that the applicant would not be permitted to remove any trees before they ever had a building permit, we've all heard about mistakes happening, and we therefore think it prudent to request city forestry to immediately rescind this permit. A Queen's Park cultural heritage study should catalog all mature trees in the precinct, as this is the complementary setting for the heritage buildings. The buildings and trees should inextricably bound. Moving back to the proposed building, the Gardner Museum and the Jackman Law Library are examples of more recently added buildings to the Queen's Park precinct that complements this prestigious area. Any building to be built on what is arguably one of the most prestigious sites in the city must also complement the Queen's Park precinct, not overwhelm it. In our opinion, to allow this proposed building would alter the character and streetscape of Queen's Park forever. The time to save this beautiful, historic, and majestic precinct is now before it's gone. We ask you to oppose the official plan amendment that would allow for the construction of this massive building and request that a comprehensive study be done of the Queen's Park Cultural Heritage Precinct to protect this district. We will only get one chance to get this right, and that chance is right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputy? No, seeing none. Next, I have Lucas Granger. Are you with us, Lucas?
Yes, I am.
Welcome. So you'll have 5 minutes. Start when you're ready.
Great, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for having me. My name is Lucas Granger, and I am a student at the University of Toronto. Today, I am speaking in favor of the zoning bylaw amendment for the 78 to 90 Queen's Park building. And because of that, over the past year, I was a student member of the working group that consisted of both community members and university stakeholders, and often I was the only student voice present within the room. Through these efforts of the working group, many necessary and, in my opinion, good changes were made. However, due to concerns from the non-student community, some of these changes came at the cost of student spaces, notably with the reduction in size of the classrooms and the event space. The final product is far superior to the first draft and has taken into consideration many of the concerns of both the student community and non-students. I am here today also to air my own concerns. I fear that many of those who oppose this application do not see the benefits it would create for the student community at our university. Not only would we finally have access to new, modern spaces which we can both learn in and come together in for events, but we will also have access to new departmental offices where we can connect with our professors and teaching assistants in spaces that aren't depressing closets in the basements of 100-year-old buildings. Some academic departments are in dire need for modernized space, or in some cases, any space at all. Students in the departments of history, Near and Middle Eastern civilizations, the Faculty of Law, and those studying and working within the school cities will see a direct benefit to their academic experience. And this is without even mentioning the spaces that will be freed up across the campus by moving these departments into a central location. Every day that we delay or deny a building on this site only increases the strain and need of students on our campus. The need for space on our campus is non-negotiable, and denying functional and modern spaces only serves to harm our education and student communities. But it can also be noted, this building doesn't only serve students. The public will often attend events that take place within the new event space and the recital hall, and they may occasionally choose to enjoy a coffee at the new cafe. This building benefits the community in many ways. So with that in mind, I very strongly encourage you to approve the zoning application and to consider it from the perspective of students and our academic needs. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you, Lucas. Are there any questions? No? Next, I have listed Ken Greenberg. Good morning, Ken. Are you with us?
Good morning, Chairman Perks. Yes, I am.
Ken, you have 5 minutes. I know you're no stranger to this process, so start when you're ready.
I am. Okay, thank you. So I'm speaking as a graduate of the University of Toronto. I'm currently teaching at the Daniels faculty and I guess as a citizen at large. In the interest of time, I'm going to read a letter which I addressed to the Toronto Preservation Board, which as follows. I am writing with respect to the University of Toronto's proposal to build a mixed-use structure which at 43 meters will tower over the adjacent ROM, the Jackman Law Library, and Gardner Ceramic Museum. Its 14,770 square meter program comprises institutional and ancillary uses, including a recital hall, laboratories, work areas, meeting rooms, offices, and a cafe as an amalgam of a variety of programs from across campus. The problem is that it is just too much of a good thing for the site. I support the request that the Preservation Board defer approval of the proposed designations and oppose the proposed U of T development until a comprehensive study of the Queen's Park precinct is completed. The heritage impacts arising from individual development sites are too frequently examined through a narrow lens, one structure at a time, in isolation, which does not expand to recognize the larger context. In this case, at least 25 buildings along the Queen's Park corridor from College to Bloor have been individually listed or designated to date, but their real value lies in forming an ensemble of buildings and public spaces of real significance. Taken together, these structures and their relationships form a distinctive and memorable place and important civic space within the city accessible by all. The Queen's Park precinct comprises lands under many jurisdictions, and given the pressures to develop, the challenge to produce a cohesive plan is even greater now. The city and province must ensure stewardship of this precinct and conserve and protect these heritage resources. The larger geographic area warrants careful consideration given its importance to the city and the province as a cultural heritage landscape. The comprehensive study needs to look at buildings and landscapes together as a coherent grouping created over time. The University of Toronto is seeking approval of a new secondary plan that will provide many additional opportunities for expansion. There's no need to overwhelm this particular location with an overambitious development program. Currently, the university is seeking approval to construct 69,000 square meters of building on the St. George campus in a variety of locations, and also changing zoning designations for greater expansion. Unfortunately, a very talented team of architects, and I should add parenthetically that I have worked with them on a number of projects, has been given an impossible assignment, tasked with accommodating too much program on this site. A more contextually sensitive form of development is needed, which complements, not overwhelms, the precinct. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Are there any questions? No? Seeing none? Thank you so much for your thoughts today.
Thank you.
Next, I have Louis Tinker. Louis, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Chair Perks.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
So we're going to give you 5 minutes. Start whenever you're ready.
Excellent. Good morning, Chair and members of the Community Council. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Governing Council of the University of Toronto. We have submitted a package of visual information which members of the Community Council can review as I speak. There are other members of the design team that may also refer to these materials during their deputations. And an executive summary of my comments is provided on page 2 of that PDF. The University of Toronto has a long-standing tradition of successful heritage conservation, including the stewardship of over 80 listed and designated buildings on its campus. As the university continues to experience significant growth and the need to continue to modernize its facilities, it is important that there are sites on the campus that are available for redevelopment that meet the unique built form requirements of institutional uses. There's been a considerable amount of planning and heritage study that has taken place not only on lands upon which the site is located, but the broader geographic area, including official plan and urban design guidelines for the stretch of Bloor Street West between Avenue Road and Bathurst Street, which included this site and introduced policies for the institutional precinct that dates back to 2009. In 2012, the City of Toronto initiated an assessment of important views around the Queen's Park precinct and identified the protection of the view of the Ontario Legislative Assembly and adopted an official plan amendment back in 2012. In 2018, the university, as part of its request to amend the secondary plan and urban design guidelines for this broader area, produced a cultural heritage resource assessment conducted by ERA architects that looked at character areas, heritage protection, public realm, built form, and block-specific guidelines. In 2018, the city initiated a downtown parks and public realm plan as a companion piece to its new secondary plan, OPA 406. These documents delineate and establish public realm and heritage policies for the Queen's Park precinct. So in short, there has been a significant amount of study, either city-initiated or city-evaluated, that provides a backdrop to the recommendations before you from city staff. There's also been a considerable amount of stakeholder and public consultation that has occurred throughout that time period that I've just outlined. There's been, according to our records, at least 16 total community consultation meetings that have been held in connection with the subject site, resulting in considerable height reduction proposed for the property. This proposal includes the retention of heritage buildings on site, with all major views of the historic Falconer Hall ensured. The cultural heritage of Queen's Park and Philosopher's Walk is strongly considered, respected, and incorporated into the design by the architects, landscape architects, and heritage consultants. On page 6 of the PDF, you'll see that the proposed building is significantly set back from Queen's Park by a distance of at least 36 meters. This helps to maintain a clear view of the ROM South facade, the historic landscape along Queen's Park, and also ensures clearance from the existing Edward Johnson building to the west of the subject site. Page 7, you'll see that the proposed siding of the building and setback from Queen's Park will help maintain and reinforce the rhythm and prominence of heritage buildings set in open spaces along the street. Page 12 of the package, you'll see that the proposed height of this building would not affect any of the protected views along or around Queen's Park and limits its visual impact on this important avenue that links Bloor Street to the Legislative Building. The building is set far enough back from the street that it does not detract from any existing views south from Bloor Street towards Queen's Park. The new shadows that would be cast by this building will be entirely off Philosopher's Walk to the west of the building by 10 a.m. on the equinoxes, maintaining the utility of this important and historic open space and connection through the campus. It's our opinion that the proposed building height and massing is compatible with the broader and larger context of building heights in this important intersection within the city. This proposal will bring about and make improvements to 2 existing mid-block pedestrian connections to the north and south sides of the site, connecting Queen's Park through to Philosopher's Walk, and approximately 50% of the total area of the site will be used for landscaped open purposes. In conclusion, we would like to thank all of the city staff engaged on this project. Thank you to the Ward Councillor for hosting a considerable number of consultation opportunities throughout the process, and for the participation of stakeholders and various members of public. It is our opinion that the area has undergone significant recent study, already implemented by official plan policy, and that additional study would not serve any particular purpose for the review of this application.
If I could ask you to finish up, you're over 5 minutes now.
Yep, we respectfully ask that Toronto East York Community Council adopt the staff recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Thank you so much for your wisdom today. Next, I have listed Ron Soscone. Ron, are you with us?
Good morning. Yes,
Hi, Ron. So you'll have 5 minutes. Start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Members of Council, ladies and gentlemen. As a long-time resident of downtown Toronto and having had substantial professional involvement in planning, design, and development with both the University of Toronto and the City of Toronto, I want to record my strong opposition to the development being proposed at 78-90 Queen's Park by the University of Toronto. The proposed building is simply much too massive in relation to the surrounding buildings and public spaces. Those existing buildings and public spaces constitute one of Toronto's most highly regarded grand avenues. The size and massing of the proposed building completely overwhelms that distinctive streetscape. Serious consideration should be given to designating all properties bordering on Queen's Park between Bloor and College as a heritage conservation district. Most great cities have such a zone that includes a grand avenue, a major park, and several important institutional buildings of a consistent scale. Imagine proposing to construct a building such as the proposed one on the Mall in London. Under its currently approved plans, the university has many other options within its existing campus to more appropriately locate buildings of this magnitude. In fact, the university has proposed, and the City of Toronto is currently considering, a new secondary plan in which are identified many redevelopment sites on the St. George campus that are capable of accommodating the proposed scale of this project. Although not yet approved by it, the city is currently reviewing several applications recently made by the university under that plan. As one of the city's leading public institutions, the University of Toronto should be encouraged to relocate this massive proposed building to one of the redevelopment sites it has identified for such development in that secondary plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Next we have Peter Love. Hi, Peter.
It's been a long time, Gord. Can you hear me?
I can. You're a little fuzzy.
All right. Is that better?
I think so. I think we'll be able to hear you. So you'll have 5 minutes.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you and the council today. Just to summarize, I've already sent a letter, but I want to speak to both items. And on item 19.2, I urge you to oppose the official plan amendment that would allow for the construction of the proposed building. And on 1911, I urge you to oppose the project proposed for the site and request that a comprehensive study be done of the Queen's Park Cultural Heritage Precinct to save the district. I'm appalled to see the proposed development, the size of it. It's a monstrosity that is planned for approval on Queen's Park. I do understand, as others have said, that U of T has many other perfectly good sites that they can use for this size of building, and urge you to vote against it. I agree with the Queen's Park Coalition that this would be a terrible mistake and a blot on Queen's Park and the city's reputation. Now, Greg, you know me for some other reasons, but I'll say that I'm a double glad of U of T.
Peter, I'm sorry to interrupt. If you could slow down a little bit, because there's some distortion in the room. If you slow down a little bit, I'll be able to understand you better.
Okay, I'll slow down a bit. So I am a double grad of U of T, BA in 1971 and a MBA in 1985. And I actually re-enrolled as a non-degree student last fall to take courses that had become of interest to me that I was not able to take in my undergraduate. I'm also one of the great-grandsons of Sir Joseph Favell, who generously donated his home to the U of T. To further crowd the Queen's Park space adjacent to Favell House would be an affront to this and all other heritage buildings on this campus. So I'm speaking on behalf of the family and of those who want to preserve this. This was a donation of a large building that was made many years ago to U of T, and I think it would be a shock to see that building now surrounded by such a large, inappropriate building. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Peter? No? Seeing none. Next, I have Tyler Riches. Tyler, are you with us? Tyler, you're connected to us, but we can't hear you. Is your microphone on? Are you there? No, maybe I'll come. Tyler's. We'll come back to you. Dermot O'Halloran. Dermot, are you there?
Hello, Sam. Can you hear me?
Hi, Dermot. Yes, we can. So you'll have 5 minutes to share your wisdom with us this morning. Please start whenever you're ready.
Wonderful. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name's Dermot. I'm the Vice President in Operations with the University of Toronto Students' Union, and I'm here with my colleague Tyler, who I believe you will be hearing from shortly. I'm also happy to say that I'm a fourth-year music student at the University of Toronto's Jazz Studies program, which is one of the primary reasons as to why I'm here today. I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak. As Tyler will also be stating today, getting more facility space for students at U of T is a high priority for us at the UTSU, which is why I was encouraged when I was first shown the plans for this project. I was really excited to see that the Faculty of Music would be receiving a new recital hall, and I was even more excited when I imagined how the development of this project could usher in new renovations to the EJB, as well as possible improvements for the Faculty of Music's other facility at 90 Wellesley Street West, which is home to my program. I will admit to the council that I found myself disappointed when I read through the project plans and the later report and saw that none of these added benefits were present. Music students have been begging for space improvements for as long as I've been here, as these students will be the first to tell you of the race to book individual spaces online at 12:01 a.m. each day, and ensemble spaces at 8:30 a.m. every morning. There is a really desperate need in the faculty for additional space that goes beyond the performance space included, and further developments for this project, in my opinion, will still need to take this into deeper consideration. As Tyler will also be speaking about, however, we've been recently assured by university planners that this project is a step towards improving the academic environment for music students, as the construction of the CCC recital hall would mitigate the stress placed on existing facilities when they inevitably need to be renovated, as per the U of T project report. We've also been assured that logistical considerations are being developed to ensure that the east side entrance of the EJB will remain accessible to students with mobility limitations during construction. These recent assurances have made us certain that the university is taking these concerns seriously, and that a successful zoning amendment to allow the project to move forward will have a net positive effect on our community. While I, as a music student, am still hopeful that additional space will be provided to the program, either through later assessments to this facility or through future plans for renovations to the EJB after this project, I believe that for any of this to happen at all, a zoning amendment to allow this project to move forward is necessary. A building of this project scale, with the current number of net assignable square meters or more, will need to be built on this site, and so a zoning amendment is necessary. With that, we as the UTSU trust that the university will continue to work with us to ensure that these students are being properly considered for when the building moves into its next phase. Approving the zoning amendment will be necessary for any of these changes to be made, which is why I'm asking you to approve the changes today. To close, I will simply state for the record that I'm hopeful that the university will be taking an enthusiastic approach in developing functional space for music students specifically, and that they will further consult with these students on space usage. As many of my colleagues in the Faculty of Music are unaware that this project exists at all. I am looking forward to seeing further long-term plans developed for the future of the faculty in relation to this project, as I believe these considerations will be critical to the project's success. I'd like to thank you all for the opportunity to speak today, and I look forward to seeing how this project will benefit the northeast corner of our campus once it is allowed to move forward. This project is a beautiful plan, and it is necessary for student space, and I really hope that that's considered here. I'd also be happy to answer any questions from the perspective of a student who studies at the existing site. Thank you.
Thank you, Dermot. Are there any questions for Dermot? No? Thank you so much for your advice today. Next, I have Sue Dexter. Sue?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You have 5
Yay.
minutes.
Thank you. I'm Sue Dexter, board member of the Harvard Village Residents Association. We join members of the public, heritage consultants, planners, architects, a former mayor, and members of the Heritage Preservation Board in 2 simple requests: approve the designations and defer the tower application until a comprehensive evaluation of the Queen's Park Legislative Precinct is completed and measures to protect the area are put in place. This remarkable landscape carries remnants of the Tattle Creek watershed used by Indigenous people in the mists of time, the vision of a colonial government, along with the spacious siting of historic buildings that are the seat of our provincial government and world-class universities. From 1827 till now, we've been lucky. Congenial infill has contributed to the sense of place. Victoria University, the University of St. Michael's College, the Gardner Museum, the U of T Law, all put forward expansions that respected its rhythm, character, and scale. In 100 years, this is only the second development proposal that does not harmoniously fit. The Rom condo was dead on arrival in 2005, and now with the university's academic and performance tower threatening to disrupt the Northwest Quadrant, residents are urging the city to put on the brakes. In 2011, the Ontario Capital Precinct Working Group recognized the risk of inappropriate landfill and the need to create a coherent framework to replace the patchwork of rules along the corridor. It advocated for a precinct plan, bringing stakeholders together to develop and implement a regulatory scheme, quote, that defines, protects, and enhances the character, heritage attributes, cultural landscape, accessibility, quality of design, and quality of place of Ontario's capital precinct and its related areas. The process that has led us here has been unequal to that vision. From what we were able to determine prior to significant community involvement before a working group was formed, staff settled for some reductions to what was an even more aggressive proposal by standards set in the university's draft secondary plan, which has not been approved by council and has no force in law. The visibility and importance of this site clearly informs the university's determination to push this development through. Many architects and planners have been reluctant to criticize the proposal publicly, fearing they would lose university work. Diverse opinions were stifled at the city's design review panel when that body, loaded with architects and hired hands from the university itself, excluded an independent architect because he was thought to be biased because he was a member of the community. The community, too, bears some responsibility. We were not sufficiently alert to the overall implications of the proposal. As with everyone else, we treated the building as a single project on a single site and found it wanting. But after deeper consideration, we recognize it has a broader context important to residents across the city. And the more than 100 residents who wrote the Heritage Preservation Board felt the same. Just 2 weeks ago, the board voted unanimously to strip the staff's recommendation of designations of Walter and Faulkner Halls of any language that would permit the development to go ahead. Instead, it recommended creation of a plan for the Queen's Park cultural heritage landscape, so this or any other project on this site or other sites along Queen's Park would first be considered in relation to the precinct itself. Adopting this course of action will delay the university's project, but they should not fear. If it is good, it should meet the broader protection that is due. If it fails, the university can reduce its ask or fall back on dozens of available building sites, including some remaining from the 1997 campus master plan. This would not be the first time council has defended this landscape. In 2015, when an application north of Bloor threatened the silhouette of Queen's Park, the city responded with viewshed protection. We trust this council will rise to today's challenge to protect this place. If we don't act now, it will be gone. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Are there any questions for Sue? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time and your thoughts today. Next I have listed Andrew Pruss. Andrew, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Absolutely. So Andrew, you'll have 5 minutes. Start whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of Community Council. I'm a principal with ERA Architects, and I'm part of the design team for this development. I actually prepared a letter that was submitted for item 19.11, but I will speak at this point under this item because all of the issues seem to be kind of connected. And I do want to speak to specifically coming out of the discussion and comments made by the community at the Toronto Preservation Board meeting about the lack of study and broader scope of consideration for this proposal. So I want to speak to our experience in that regard. And I provided a letter which includes background material that I'll refer to. So ERA has actually been involved in a series of studies of this precinct. Most recently, with respect to the Queen's Park North redevelopment, we prepared a heritage impact assessment that had an extensive background study of the landscape of Queen's Park and its context. That was prepared in 2015, and the excerpt of that background is provided in my letter. Also, on behalf of the university, we've been part of the secondary plan team, and we actually authored a cultural heritage resource assessment for the entire St. George campus from 2018. And so there's excerpts from that report also included with the letter. And just to speak to the fact that that study was very comprehensive in looking at both buildings and landscape, and not just buildings that are currently designated, but all buildings on the campus and how they contributed to the character of the campus, which includes Queen's Park. So character areas were identified, themes, attributes, resources. This included landscape. And so I would say that both these studies that we've been involved with support our understanding of the value of the broader context for this particular application. And so the application was not evaluated as a single site or in isolation. It took into account these broader previous studies and that broader context for the university. So I just want to briefly speak to the heritage aspects of this application. So values were considered and landscape, both the kind of bookending landscape of both Philosopher's Walk and the Queen's Park precinct that surround this site. And, you know, the site exists within this important framework of the historic campus and Queen's Park. And so it's very important that those landscape resources and the historic buildings, which now will include a modernist building, the EJB, that those were all considered as part of this application. And I would say also that staff took a similar perspective in the preliminary report on this project. They outlined a whole series of considerations, and these issues were brought to the fore at the beginning of this process in studying the application. For this project, you know, elements of landscape were key. The preservation of historic trees and understory planting that contribute to the Queen's Park precinct. The preservation of two forecourts that are on the north and south of Falconer Hall, prioritizing the pedestrian experience, the connectivity across the site from Queen's Park to Philosopher's Walk, and also minimizing vehicular access on the site, which is one of the key issues, you know, loading and drop off for all of the buildings, as well as drop off for Falconer Hall and Flavel House were all considered. And so briefly in conclusion, you know, we're providing this information to articulate the fact that there was a deep consideration of the context as part of this application, and that we believe that, you know, this that previous work has thoroughly considered the issues associated with the broader context of this site. And so those are my comments regarding those questions associated with study and a further study being required. We do not believe that that's the case to approve this application. And I'm available for questions.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for Andrew? Seeing none, thank you, Andrew, for your time today. I next have listed Peter Clues. Peter?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair Burke. and members of Community Council. My name is Peter Clues. I'm a principal of the firm of Architects Alliance and one of the partner firms in the execution of this project in consultation with DSR out of New York. I'm simply listed as a speaker as well as an associate from our office who's the next designated speaker, John Cummings. We're simply here to monitor the conversation and discussion and are available for any questions that may arise.
Okay, that was easy. Are there any questions of Peter? No? Thank you very much for making yourself available today, Peter. I'm going to move along then to John Cummings. John, are you with us?
Yes, I'm with you, if you can hear me now.
Yes, I can.
Good morning, Chair and members of Council. As Peter mentioned, I'm a member of Architects Alliance, part of the architectural design team for this project. In addition to what Peter, as well as my colleagues Louis Tinker and Andrew Pruss have stated, I'd just like to highlight a few things. The proposed development did receive the unanimous support of the professional architects, urban planners, and landscape architects serving on the City of Toronto Design Review Panel in July of 2019. The design team also firmly believes that the university and its consultants have thoroughly studied the cultural landscape of Queen's Park, and we have respected and incorporated what we believe to be a deep reading of the Queen's Park and Tattle Creek Philosopher's Walk landscape into the landscape design and its planting and material expression of the building. And I would refer to Council in particular to the supporting document that we provided, in particular the pages starting at page 30 of that document for an enumeration of the landscape. I'd also just like to address what we believe to be an incorrect assertion being made that all mature trees on the site are being removed. This is not the case. I would refer you to page 38 of that supporting document for an extract of the arborist report for exactly which trees are being retained versus removed. Mature trees are being retained on the site. There are 9 trees proposed to be removed due to facilitate either the construction access or due to infestation and disease or to stunted growth. There are 31 new trees being planted on site well above the tree replacement requirement. These are all native species to fit in with the existing tree canopy of Queen's Park and to help restore that landscape. And thank you. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for John? Seeing none, thank you very much for your advice today. We'll move next to Signe Leask.
It's Signe Leask here from Castlesbrock.
Hi, good morning.
And I'm here. Good morning. I'm here on behalf of the Governing Council of the University of Toronto, and I will be brief. I am relying upon the presentations you've just heard from the project team, and I'm here to assist with any questions that the committee may have on either 19.2 or item 1911. And I will simply just end by thanking staff and all the workshop participants for their positive collaboration. There was a significant amount of collaboration project, and as you've heard, and I'll just quickly read, significant heritage study that took place and which informed. So with that, I will conclude. I'm available to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? No, hearing none. Thank you so much for your time today. We'll move along. Next, I have Lynn DiStefano. Lynn, are you with us?
Yes.
Good morning, Lynn. So you have 5 minutes. Please start whenever you're ready.
Good. I assume you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good. It's still morning, so good morning to you as chair and to the other members of council. A little bit about me. I'm a resident of Toronto. I'm a heritage consultant. I'm an adjunct professor at the University of Hong Kong, where I helped to start the program in architectural conservation. And I'm also an expert and technical evaluator for nominated and inscribed World Heritage Sites. I'm going to ask a question and then respond to it. So, is Queen's Crescent the appropriate location for the University of Toronto's proposed CCC? My comments. As a building, its evolving design has considerable merit, and this has been acknowledged by a cross-section of practitioners. However, as a polite insertion within the broader context of Queen's Crescent, it fails. Its scale, both in height and massing, as proposed, overwhelms its more modest neighbors, buildings that have heritage importance at local, provincial, and national levels. In fact, the buildings that line Queen's Crescent are part of a streetscape of considerable significance. Less obvious, the building as proposed does cast an early morning shadow over Philosopher's Walk, which has importance in terms of North American cultural landscapes. And it casts a late afternoon evening shadow to the east over the library at Emmanuel College, which is a listed building. Unfortunately, even with modest changes in response to criticism, the proposed building remains a bossy building, one capable of disrupting an urban landscape that has evolved with respect for earlier buildings and for Queen's Park. When a new building is inserted into a heritage context, an appropriate fit should be the goal. Simply stated, the site for the proposed CCC needs a smaller building, one that respects Faulkner Hall, which is currently a listed building, but it will become more, I anticipate, and one that respects the entire necklace of buildings that comprise Queen's Crescent. The Crescent is the gateway to Queen's Park from the north. Its importance as such should be acknowledged and formally protected. A comprehensive heritage conservation district is recommended. So thank you very much for hearing my comments about this proposal. I'll look forward to what you decide to do. If you have questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Lynn? No? Okay, let's go back and try Tyler Riches again. Tyler, are you with us now?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much for joining us. Tyler, you'll have 5 minutes. Start whenever you're ready.
Beautiful, thank you. So good morning, and thank you for having me here today. My name is Tyler Riches. I'm a third-year Human Geography and Planning student at U of T, and I'm the Vice President, Public and University Affairs of the University of Toronto Students' Union. We represent 38,000 full-time undergraduate students at the University of Toronto's downtown St. George campus. I'm here today with my colleague Dermot O'Halloran, our VP Operations, who you've already heard from. And today we're hoping to provide some student perspective for the proposed Center for Civilizations, Cultures, and Cities at 78 to 90 Queen's Park. Put simply, students need more space at the University of Toronto. This new facility would provide much needed classrooms and lecture halls and house a number of U of T's programs. Currently, U of T is renting approximately 500,000 square feet of off-campus space that students are paying for with their tuition fees. The UTSU firmly believes that this building is necessary and would provide students with more space to learn and grow, and our past and current executives have done amazing work in consultations and planning for this project. The University of Toronto is long overdue to build new facilities that would accommodate its growing student population. Recently, the university has begun the construction of another capital project, the Landmark Project, that will transform King's College Circle into a radical new pedestrian and green space. This project will take a number of years to complete, I lost my space. There we go. And in the meantime, the university community will need to endure the inconvenience of having a large-scale construction project on campus. Capital projects such as the Landmark and CCC are crucial for future students. However, in the meantime, current students will need to live through a number of growing pains that will not be beneficial or could even be detrimental to the university experience. As such, it is equally imperative that the university support students in the transition process while capital projects are underway. The CCC project will disproportionately affect Faculty of Music students at U of T. Some students will only attend U of T while this project is being built, creating a potential difficult learning environment for the entirety of their degrees. That is why the USU outlined a number of concerns related to the proposed CCC project and the future of the adjacent Edward Johnson building in its letter to this council, attached as a communication on this item. These included the effects the construction will have on access to the Edward Johnson building, as well as its future renovation plans and heritage status as the design of the proposed recital hall within the CCC building. Since our submission of our letter, we've met with the university to discuss our concerns in depth, and we've received assurance that the university would endeavor to ensure that the Faculty of Music students would be properly accommodated while the construction of the new CCC building is underway, and that they will take our feedback regarding accessibility. We also recognize that the construction of the recital hall in the CCC would allow for pressure from overbooking at the Edward Johnson building to be relieved, a key step in preparing for much needed renovations at the Edward Johnson building. After our meeting with the university, we are confident that the CCC building will create much needed student space on campus, and we look forward to working with the university and supporting Faculty of Music students in further stages of the development process. With that, the UTSU would like to encourage you to approve this zoning bylaw amendment and allow the construction of the CCC project to provide much needed space for thousands of students for years to come. Thank you so much for your time this morning, and I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? No? Tyler, thanks for joining us this morning. We have one additional deputant who's enlisted since the beginning of the meeting, and our final deputant, Phyllis Ortved. Phyllis, are you with us?
I hope I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Welcome, and you'll have 5 minutes. Please start as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. I'm reading this letter on behalf of William Greer, who isn't available to address you today. I'd like to mention Bill's credentials first. Excuse me. As many of you know, Bill is an architect who spent decades of his distinguished career nurturing the heritage buildings and urban landscapes of Toronto. Sorry, my voice isn't perfect today. Bill became the chief architect of the Toronto Historical Board at a time when heritage had little value and undertook to preserve the city's best architecture. In 2007, David presented the Heritage Special Achievement Award. Today, the city honors Bill with the William Greer Built Heritage Award, honoring outstanding achievements in conservation, craftsmanship, and adaptive reuse. I want to note that Bill does not shy away from new development. Rather, he's an ardent advocate of quality architecture built in today's design vernacular. Here's his letter. I'm going to read it in the first person because he wrote it. I wish to express my objection to the proposed development of a planetarium in Faulkner Hall site next to the Royal Ontario Museum. I also oppose the official plan amendment to propose in item TE 19.2 as it is premature. It is worth noting that since the university has identified many development sites in their proposed secondary plan for the St. George campus, it's unnecessary to overburden the Queen's Park site with the program area they propose. The 90 Queen's Park development is clearly the wrong built form next to the ROM. It is incompatible with the fabric of the adjacent buildings and unacceptable in a highly visible location within the Queen's Park district in close proximity to the provincial legislature. The proposed structure is too high, bulky, and entirely out of scale for this district. In addition, the area is defined by mature trees that surround Queen's Park. As such, the proposed tower does not fit within the heritage context of the significant historic area of the St. George campus of the university and other institutions that face the park. In my past leadership roles in a private architectural firm and then as the architect for the Toronto Historical Board, followed by terms as a board member of Heritage Toronto, I have always taken a pragmatic approach to the integration of contemporary architecture within historic settings, advocating that contemporary style could coexist sensitively within a heritage context. I strongly believe that it would be a grave and unforgivable mistake to proceed with the scale and cladding of this development proposal as it now exists. It is also vitally important to preserve all mature trees on the site, as it will take many generations before new trees grow to an equivalent size. The existing canopy visually links this site with Queen's Park through the extension of the mature greenery and beyond to Philosopher's Walk. It is also vitally important to preserve, I also voice my objections as a University of Toronto graduate, a recipient of an honorary doctorate from Trinity College, and as a regular donor to the university. This proposed development is more than a university issue. It critically impacts the city skyline and buildings on the provincial and national heritage registries. Its domineering scale shows a willful disregard for the iconic nature of the Queen's Park district, both to the city and to this province. This proposal should be refused and sent back for reconsideration. A major redesign is required. Respectfully submitted, William N. Greer.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Phyllis. Are there any questions for Phyllis? No? Phyllis, thank you for your advice today. And that concludes the speakers on this item. So members, we have a couple of options right now. I've reviewed the list of speakers that we have on the companion report from Preservation Board. And I don't think we would be able to get through all of them by 12:30. So we could continue on just having deputations on that, or we could try to at least conclude the planning item now and come back and deal with the other item after lunch. Councillor Layton, I'll take any advice you have on which path you prefer.
I suspect some of the speakers may have listed their name twice. I don't have many questions of staff, and my remarks, I can make them brief. So there may be a chance of us finishing this item before lunch.
So let's do this piece. Let's go on the planning report, and then we'll start on the Heritage Conservation report and finish it after lunch. Okay? So are there any questions of staff on this item? No? Councillor Layton to speak.
No, well, I just some very quick questions of staff to the community planner on the file, who's also responsible for the secondary plan. Do we have a timeline for when the secondary plan will come back or come to Toronto and East York Community Council? I know you're out there, Paul.
Through you, Chair. This is Paul Johnson speaking from Community Planning. We do have an anticipated timeline for that. We're hoping to have a draft version of that released in early 2021, and then proceed through another round of public consultation on that and have a final version of the secondary plan and design guidelines for the area available in mid-2021.
Okay, thank you. This site was identified as a development site in the previous secondary plan and the current one, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The cultural heritage study that was done by ERA Architects on behalf of the university did look at several geographic areas across the campus, correct?
Yes, it did.
The section of Queen's Park was grouped in a much larger geographic area that included, let's call it the old campus. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And that's how, and that was reviewed by our heritage planners.
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you very much. Oh, sorry, could I have one more question too? The most senior person at planning on the at the meeting, and that's probably Linda McDonald. My question's about the HPB. I serve on the Heritage Preservation Board. Was recruited by a former member, Councillor Wong Tam. Can you just please give us advice about what the purpose of the Heritage Preservation Board is?
So it's Linda McDonald here through the chair. Preservation Board, and I will certainly defer to my colleague Mary McDonald to expand on this, is a advisory body which comments on heritage-related applications, and they provide advice through community council or other committees to city council. So they act as an advisory role.
So they're not, they have reports from staff in front of them. They're for the most part heritage or planning experts, correct?
Councillor Linda, do you mind if I take these?
I don't mind at all, Mary. Go right ahead.
Okay. Through the chair, good morning. The Preservation Board is made up of a number of individuals who represent different aspects of the heritage world. We have historians, we have planning experts, we have people with background in architecture, and then we have representatives on the board from each of the 4 districts, the chairs of the community preservation panel. So it's a broad mix.
And the purpose of them is to give advice to community council on how staff have interpreted applications in front of them, correct?
Oh, it's a little bit, there's a nuance. They have a statutory obligation under the Ontario Heritage Act. We are required, council is required to hear their advice on the application. So procedurally, that is usually coming through comments on a staff report. So that becomes the vehicle often for their commentary. But they aren't providing advice on the staff recommendations so much as they are providing their advice on the issues as a whole. And so that often obviously requires commenting on the recommendations prepared by staff.
Do they always agree with staff?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Councillor Layton. You gave us a
Chair.
chance to look at Mary's kitchen, which was very exciting to everyone here in the
Lovely
committee room.
toaster, Mary.
That's
Lovely
a
red
remarkable toaster. So, Councillor Layton, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chairman Perks. And I should point out first that I can't believe it took us that long to give you that nickname. I'm going to see how long I can make it stick for, Chairman Perks. I have a motion on this item. If staff could put it on, that this is to refer the item back to the Director of Community Planning, Toronto and East York Community Panel, Toronto and East York District, for a report back until such time as a comprehensive study of the Queen's Park cultural heritage landscape is complete. This is consistent with the recommendations in the next item from the Heritage Preservation Board that also calls for the listing of a couple of these properties. I'd first like to thank Paul Johnson and Linda and the team at Community Planning and at Heritage Preservation Services for their hard work. If you don't know Paul, if you have any questions about planning related to the University of Toronto, he'll be able to answer them. He has been responsible for that site for a long time, and he's doing good work there. I'd like to thank the university for their involvement in the working group and their continued work to improve student life and on the campus, as well as their willingness to participate in an ongoing community working group that looks at, or stakeholder group that looks at issues across the board, but specifically some attention to development issues. And then finally to the community and working group members, as well as the student leadership for their participation in the working group. throughout. It has been a lot of meetings. This has been quite some time, and it's been a tough file. It's an important site, both locally to the university and to the surrounding land uses, the surrounding community, but is also an important site citywide and arguably province-wide and across the country because of its unique situation in our city and the uses around this particular site and the precinct itself over the last many centuries. So there's lots of different perspectives, needless to say, and I think you've heard some of them here today. There's a complex relationship between the buildings and the surrounding area, both the streetscape as well as the buildings themselves that have presented as having or have been presented as having heritage value. And there's a complex relationship between the parties that have been involved, the community, the adjacent institutions, as well as the university. No doubt there are benefits to the university and to the students at the university with this site. But I'm not yet prepared to trade off those benefits for what will be a lasting and permanent impact on the cultural landscape of the vicinity. The working group, to their credit, over the course of many meetings, managed to address some of the community concerns around streetscaping, some of the community concerns around the certain massing on the site, and certainly some issues around transportation that were raised throughout the discussion. And for that, and for having openness and willingness to discuss those issues and try to resolve them, to the university and the working group, thank you very much for your participation. I want to make sure that we're not just getting this done, we're getting it done right. It's not about getting it done quickly. And I think that what we've heard is that while a very narrow lens was taken to address the application, perhaps too much of a meta lens was taken when looking at the precinct, rather than lumping it in with some of the old campus, which may have seen some redevelopment in recent years. Rather, I think we've heard from the community and some other experts that they would like to see the precinct of Queen's Park itself looked at in isolation. And I'm not a heritage expert, despite the fact that I serve on the Heritage Preservation Board. I'm not. I look to other for expertise. I look to city staff. We look to applicants, but we also look to outside experts. And in this case, the city appoints experts to give us that advice, the Heritage Preservation Board. And while sometimes we adopt their recommendations, sometimes we do not. In this case, I'm urging the committee to adopt those recommendations. And while I respect ERA's work, their cultural landscape study was done and it was done by the applicant in this case. It's not only too wide, but it was done by the applicant. And I'd argue in this case that that's not enough, and that we should go once further to make sure that what we're doing to the face of our city through to both our province as well as our country and the outside is that we take a little bit more time to and attention to that detail. And based on what I've heard, I'm not satisfied that the necessary steps have been taken. And I think in this case, following the Heritage Preservation Board's advice would be important. This is an important development. It will be a development site. We know that. But it's important for us to move forward carefully on a site this important. Now, just in closing, I'm told by the last maybe four local councillors for the University of Toronto that it's a complex relationship. And I know that the university will continue to work forward on other sites and on this one as we move forward in a cooperative way, or at least I hope they do. I have faith that they will. And I just hope that this complexity in our relationship doesn't cause us to slow down the work that we may see eye to eye to with the community, of course, on some other projects. And there are another item that will come onto this agenda later today that I think helps demonstrate to that end that while a complex relationship, I think that we can get some really good things done through the course of time. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Councillor Layton? I don't have my screen yet. Okay, there you are. I don't see any questions of Councillor Layton. Do any other members wish to speak to this item? Councillor Wong-Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair Parks. I want to just support Councillor Layton's motion on the floor today. I think it's actually a pathway forward. This is an exceptionally important part of the City of Toronto. And it's not just about this particular piece, but it's also about the larger conversation of what surrounds Queen's Park, including the legislature and all those adjacent pieces that make up this campus. And we are extremely blessed in the city to have such wonderful, iconic heritage assets that are all juxtaposed very closely to one another. And in that juxtaposition, it also reads as a story of the city, which is why I think Councillor Layton's motion is a smart move at this point in time, just to make sure that it is that the process is, number one, improved, but also we get it right. The responsibility that we have in making sure that we get this right is not just for city building for the university or expansion of student spaces, which are important, and or respect to the local community of residents who have concerns, but also it's about the building of the city and for the legacy for the next generation to come. And we did some of this work earlier in the first term. Many of us got elected roughly the same time. In the year 2011 and 2012, we worked really hard to make sure that the postcard view of Queen's Park was protected. And I think that there was some confusion at that time, you know, why would we not just sort of let development fester and proceed? Why did we want to protect that postcard view of the symbol of democracy in the province of Ontario? The Speaker of the House at that time, Speaker Peter, couldn't even get his own government to respond to protecting that postcard view. And it took a group of residents, and some of them are actually here, who provided deputation, including the leadership of Kathy Naismith and Bill Greer, who actually led to the stronger planning protections that we now have in place. And it was a conceptual exercise that needed a lot of energy and also visionary leadership from the community, from the planning department, from City Council itself, in order for us to actually protect what was important, not just for Toronto, but in this case, as the capital of Ontario. And so the work that Councillor Layton, the community, the heritage advocates, the preservation board, city planning, and the University of Toronto are going to be tasked to doing is critically important work. And I want to thank everyone for their participation in advance, because I know that there's going to be some push and pull tensions at those tables as you try to land in a really great place that will allow the campus and the university to continue to be a world-class leading university, the students to have the faculty and the administrative spaces that they need, but also that the community will be feeling heard and respected. And for those who are not even living in the area, but who just deeply care about the heritage and cultural attributes of this particular patch of the city, is that their voices will be equally valued in the process. And I think that's going to be a very valuable process and conversation to come. And I thank all of you in advance for doing that work. It's not easy, but I know you'll get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members who wish to speak to the item? Okay, seeing none, on Councillor Layton's motion to defer, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Members, we're now at 3 minutes before 12:30, so I'm going to call the recess until 1:30 for lunch. Please remember, we have an awful lot of business, so be prompt at returning at 1:30. Thank you all so much.
line, please let us know who you are and which item you're speaking on. Thank you.
Hi, it's Assad Moten speaking on item 19.29. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Assad. Good afternoon. I also have a call-in user to phone number 416537. I'm going to unmute your microphone. If you're on the line, please let us know who you are and which item you're speaking on. Thank you.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay, I tried to go because I'm waiting for mine since this morning. Sorry. I've been on this morning, and I'm not sure if I'm in queue or not.
I'm sorry, you're cutting out a bit. I couldn't really hear you that well. Can you repeat that?
It's because I'm on my cell phone, and I'm also going on my office line. Did I disconnect my cell phone now?
Yes, it's best if you connect through one device.
Okay, I'm not sure if it's better to be on my... Okay, I'm going to disconnect my cell phone. Hold on a second. Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, can you I've been on this, like, as you know, just so right now on my cell phone. It's regarding a property at 968 O'Connor Drive.
So,
my number is 416-569-7828. I believe that's the number I gave in.
okay, thank you, Norbert. I have you listed for item number 6. Thank you.
It's called item number 6, okay. And is that still unfolding?
That is still being held, yes. Thank you.
Okay, so I'll use my office line now going forward then.
Yes, keep the line, and we'll keep your microphone on mute until the chair calls on you for an item.
Perfect, thank you for now. I'll just stay on, at least.
Good afternoon. This is Fortis from City Clerk's office. I see we have Benjamin Hoff signed on again. You can please connect your microphone again. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Benjamin. Yes, we can hear you clearly now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I call the meeting 19 back to order. When we broke for lunch, we were about to hear deputations on TE 19.11, which is the intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, alterations to designated heritage properties and authority to enter into a heritage agreement at 80 and 84 Queen's Park. So now we'll turn it over to our deputants. First, we have Alan Baker. Alan, are you with us? No? Okay. Ken Greenberg? No? Okay, we've had a number of people who spoke to us this morning. Maybe they... Ron Sascone? Skolny? No? Brian Greenspan? No? Sue Dexter?
Yes, yes.
There you are. Hi, Sue.
Yes.
Okay, so
Hi
Sue,
there.
you know the gig. You're up.
It's short. This time it's short. We support the designation of Faulkner Hall and the Edward Johnson buildings, but want to ensure that the motion before you remains the one that moved forward from the Heritage Preservation Board, which excludes the provisions for easements to the tower proposal, since after this morning's motions, that is now deferred. The only other observation we'd like to make is we were surprised to see that Flavel House, where the law faculty resides, which is listed and was left with only that listing. The explanation we received was that it didn't receive designation because it did not touch the development on the site, which this morning was put on hold. We'd really appreciate it if you guys and if Heritage Preservation Services might take a look, a second look at it, because that entire sector would then be designated, which would make us all sleep a little easier at night. Beyond that, bravo all hands. You continue to do exemplary work for the city. We look forward to working with the city, the province, the university to create the precinct plan in a timely way. It will simply be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Are there any questions for Sue? No? I'm told that Alan Baker has rejoined us. Alan, are you there? Oh, now we've lost him again. Okay. Peter Love. No? Oh, I had Sue twice. Andrew Pruss. Andrew?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Hi there.
So Peter, you've got the, Andrew, you've got the floor.
Yeah, it's Andrew.
Yeah.
Sorry, I actually don't have any additional comments. I provided my remarks for the previous item. So if there's questions, that's all I'm here for.
Okay. Thank you for making yourself available for questions. Are there any questions of Andrew? No, I see none. Okay. I'll give Alan one last call. Alan Baker? No? So that completes the list of deputants. One moment, please. Okay, we had a deputant who is having trouble getting through, and we're at the end of our deputants list. I'm afraid I'm just going to have to continue on with the business. Are there any questions of staff? Are there any questions of staff on this item? No, seeing none. Councillor Layton?
Nope, I believe my remarks, I'll move the recommendations coming from the Heritage Preservation Board. I believe there is an amendment though from that staff brought forward.
My understanding, Councillor Layton, is you have, yes, this motion. The recommendation.
Maybe if I could ask the clerk.
Okay, why don't you speak to it and explain?
Were there amendments? Were there amendments to, were there amendments sent, addressed in what's before us? I don't need to change them further.
My understanding is that this is the latest communication the clerks have from your office.
Nope. That's fantastic. Thank you. Small words, so I'm not sure. I hadn't been sure if it was. So I'd like to adopt the recommendation of the Heritage Preservation Board, which are essentially to designate the properties as outlined by staff, but to put a hold on the some aspects of the interactions with the development file that we previously heard in order for us to undertake this cultural heritage assessment. And with that, I think I made my remarks previously, and I'll just leave it there.
Okay, are there any questions of the mover? Does anyone else wish to speak to this? Seeing none, on Councillor Layton's motion, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We now move to TE 19.3, 239 through 251 and 265 Balloyle Street, rental housing demolition application. We have one deputant listed, Cynthia McDougall. Cynthia.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon and welcome. Start whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. I watched with interest all the proceedings this morning, and I was just here to thank staff and ask that the recommendations of staff be supported. This is a project which provides for the replacement of high-end rental units, there being only 7, and as part of the Section 37 settlement, we're actually providing 10% affordable rental units. So I think I urge staff to, I urge Community Council to support the staff recommendations.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Cynthia? I don't see any. This is Councillor Matlow. Are there any questions of staff, actually? Seeing none, Councillor Matlow, the floor is yours.
I move the recommendations.
That's my favorite speech. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay. We now move to item TE 19.4, which is 2100 through 2110 Yonge Street and 8 through 12 Manor Road West, official plan amendments, zoning amendment, and rental housing demolition applications. I note that Councillor Bradford has declared an interest on this. I see from his camera he's not at his desk, so let's proceed. I have one deputant listed, Michael Tucci, the Vice President, or Michael Tucci. Michael, are you with us?
I am.
Good afternoon, Michael. You have the floor. You have 5 minutes. Start whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair and members of Community Council. My name is Michael Tucci. I represent Rockport Group, the owner of the property. We're just here this afternoon to thank staff in Councillor Matlow's office, as well as the representatives of Sarah and the Oriole Park Residents Association for all of their hard work and all the collaboration amongst all the parties. And we're very supportive of staff's recommendations in the staff report, and we'd like to ask for Community Council's support of the recommendation. And we're here to answer any questions if there are any. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? I don't see any. Michael, thank you for your time today. Those are all the deputations I had listed. Are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Matlow?
I move the recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. And then staying with our practice of taking the heritage report immediately after, I'm now going to call TE 1913, inclusion on the City of Toronto's Heritage Registrar. Intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, alterations to designated heritage properties and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement 2100 and 2106 Yonge Street. I have no deputants listed. Any questions of staff? Seeing none. Councillor Matlow?
I move the recommendation.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. That takes us to TE 19.5. And if anyone wants to alert Councillor Bradford, we're now finished the business that he had to step out for. TE 19.5 is 373 Front Street East and 90 Mill Street, zoning amendment and lifting of the H holding symbol applications, final report. I have a number of deputants listed. First, I have Benjamin Hoff. Ben, are you with us?
Yes, I am here.
Hi, Ben. You know the gig. You have 5 minutes. Start when you're ready.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council. My name is Benjamin Hoff. I'm a planner and partner with Urban Strategies. There are a number of people that may have been registered on behalf of the applicant, but I will be the only one really speaking to this item from the team. I am very pleased to be speaking about the next phase of affordable housing in the West Don Lands, and I wanted to start by thanking staff for getting us to this point. And particularly Henry Tang in Community Planning and Deanne Mighton in Urban Design, as well as their managers, Waterfront Toronto and others. If we can, I just want to refer to the presentation that's been posted to the agenda, which is available to all, including online to members of the public. So if you have it in front of you, just starting with slide 2, the Affordable Housing Program is delivered through a partnership with Green Kilmer Tricon. It's delivering in total 700 units of a range of unit sizes for an affordability period of 99 years, and all integrated within 100% rental projects. The image here just shows the first development in Block 8 of, near the Distillery District, which is currently under construction and won a Canadian Architect Award of Excellence. So, the next slide just shows the context, the West Don Lands area. This is a very large site within the West Don Lands and currently a surface parking lot. Unlike the area of kind of Pan Am Village in the West Don Lands, this area does not have a comprehensive zoning bylaw in place. And so this will be bringing forward a new zoning bylaw for the site. The next slide shows the complex history of planning for the West Don Lands, which has been informed and shaped over various processes, including secondary plans, precinct plans, block plans, and other processes. After 20 years really of planning for the West Don Lands, it's really exciting to see this built out while maintaining many of the built form and public realm objectives that were always part of this. The next slide shows how that history really kind of applies to this site, where a number of different visions were anticipated. Different variations, all of which, though, had a mid-rise built form with new public realm amenities, including streets and open space. The one thing I should note here, though, is that already 15 years ago, the EA for the West Don Lands did identify a new east-west public street for the site, which is included in the development. The next slide shows an image of the proposal. Again, that actually the numbers are off slightly. It's actually 261 affordable housing units that are in here, but it also includes 5,000 square feet of City of Toronto community agency space, a new POPs, and a new east-west street, and I'll show you those details in a minute, with a mid-rise building designed by Kobe Architects from Denmark with Architects Alliance, so a really exciting built form idea coming forward that's consistent with the West Don Lands character. Just on the next slide, slide 7, getting to this point hasn't been a quick journey. There's been a lot of work with the City of Toronto, Waterfront Toronto, and a community working group with the West Don Lands Committee. And it was really through that engagement, particularly with the public and the neighbors, that we reached some massing changes and refinements to make this really work. Next slide, slide 8. shows just how the affordable units are integrated with the project and shows the numbers that are here and the breakdown. So it's exciting to see this kind of integration and number of units being delivered. Next slide, on slide 9, really shows the unique architecture of the proposed development. It's mid-rise form consistent with the West Don Lands area. The image on the right in particular I want to draw your attention to is the Block 7 building, which is a smaller building, which is 68 units. It was always anticipated in past West Don Land planning initiatives to have a mid-rise building adjacent to the 80 Mill Street building. Now, the adjacent 13-story 80 Mill Street building was built near to the property line, but as development was always anticipated next door, it was built with a very limited number of secondary windows facing Block 7. The current proposed massing was reduced in size in response to this relationship through the application review process, lowered in height to 11 stories with a step back at the 9th story in relation to 80 Mill Street. And the design of those units continues to be refined through the site plan to respond to concerns about privacy and views. Next slide 10 just shows the generous sidewalk conditions in public realm along Front Street, which really kind of reinforce the West Don Lands character and the intention of this as a commercial corridor lined with retail uses. And then finally, the last slide, slide 11, shows the new amenities, including the publicly accessible courtyard. There's a street, the pedestrian walkway, the width of a street through that courtyard, a new east-west street, and
Ben, I'm going to have to ask you to finish up your 5 minutes.
Yeah. So we're currently, the new east-west street is under design. It's part of the EA process that has to be delivered. We're working with the city on that, which will continue on through this process, but we're excited to be bringing the buildings forward in this proposed development through this application. So
thank you very much. Are there any questions of the deputant? I don't see any. Ben, thank you for your time today. Next I have listed is Dan Phillips. Dan?
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Dan. So you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Chairman Perks. But before we start the clock, I just had a couple of quick pieces of business. One of them is that another of your deputants, York Bowman, has surrendered his 5 minutes to add on to mine to give me a little bit more time.
I'm very sorry, Dan. I'm very sorry. I'll restart your clock, but you have 5 minutes. That's your limit. We don't allow people to just pile on time from different people. Okay? So you have 5 minutes. And I'll start the clock now.
There is one other piece of business, and that is that the letter that we wrote and emailed to each of the councillors so that they would have all the text and images was written by both Deborah Cherry, another of your deputants today, and myself. And she needs to go first, and I need to go second. So she would have 5, and I would have 5.
Okay, that I can accommodate. Deborah, are you here? Deborah, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so if you'd like to proceed, go ahead.
Sure, thank you very much, Councillor Perks. We're protesting the design and the adoption of this blocky, overly enclosed and restrictive, dangerous new development at 373 Front Street East, also known as the West Don Lands Blocks 3-4 and 90 Mill is 7. I think the people of 70 Mill, 39 Parliament, and 90 Mill have built a community neighborhood from the ground up here. I've lived here since 1998. I live in the first condo that went up. Since the area was a deserted, toxic wasteland with a very uncertain future, we pioneered this community's growth by choosing to live here and have always welcomed healthy community initiatives. But this time, the province and the city have behaved as if the residents of 70 and 80 Mill do not exist by really ignoring our input and our suggestions altogether. We understand the problems associated with the lack of pedestrian porosity as seen in the old Regent Park design. There is a headline we could quote from the Toronto Star of 2008, which says 2 teens were in serious condition in hospital last night after being gunned down in a Regent Park courtyard yesterday. The proposed development will pose the same kinds of problems that residents had in those old days in Regent Park. Why would we repeat these problems now, these same mistakes? But this is also a protest against the obscuring opacity of the provincial and municipal process compared to a necessary, open, transparent process. and a strenuous appeal to sanity, fairness, and foresight in the physical spacing of structures, streets, and public spaces, as can be seen in the design and execution of new areas like the Canary District, right across Cherry Street from us. Within the context of a growing city, Toronto, as referred to in our previous letter to both the Premier and the Mayor, we're now protesting and appealing the design, spacing, placement of this new proposed development. Perhaps because of COVID-19, or despite it, we've been blessed with closed, quieter streets and clean air, which we've needed all along. The air has lost its pollution and congestion. In a time like the present, we must make the most of this opportunity for community building, as we will not likely have another one of this sort. We need to build bigger, taller structures next to places of business, but lower rising ones more widely spaced for air, light, and safety and mobility next to existing homes at the south end of the project in the community. Bigger next to the commercial buildings, but humbler next to where people already live in the community. Let there be no doubt. This is not about denying homes to anyone. It's about extending and strengthening the social fabric of our community with homes that are comfortable, livable, and safe, so that current residents and all newcomers will feel at home both inside and outside. Personally, I'd love to see some of the Parkdale spirit over here, but I don't think it would be affordable because it's going to be obscenely expensive, this rental. Simply because it will be financed by an REIT investment vehicle for those seeking to profit from the rental arrangements. Our suggestions support the following considerations, and we've presented them already, but we've had no substantial responses. More residences available for the people of Toronto, which is a continuing concern for all of us. Increased pedestrian porosity so that pedestrian residents can easily and safely walk in all directions. Increased connective spacing between buildings to allow sun and air and pedestrian ease of access to all residents. Open and safe courtyards within the site of a majority of residents. Decreased building heights near and next to established homes. Intelligently resolved roads in the community for vehicular and pedestrian safety and convenience, and planting parks in small spaces left over in the community development plans for the available properties. This is about homes for people in neighborhoods that are friendly and livable, with a healthy social fabric that supports quality of life in a growing city. Thank you. Over to Dan.
Thank you. Just before you do that, are there any questions for Deborah? No? Okay, I'll give the floor to Dan now. Dan, you have 5 minutes.
I will try to jam it into 5 minutes. We need and we want more affordable housing. And we're coming to you because we're at the end of very many months of trying to get at the truth about the strangely overcompacted development of this big piece of land next to 70 and 80 Mill Street, Toronto. Initially, from about January 2020 to now, we've been given a duck and dodge kind of runaround by developers, architects, powers that be in City Hall, Infrastructure Ontario, Waterfront Toronto, CBRE, and Dream REIT, the Real Estate Investment Trust. All of these things are listed in the comment sections of your TE 19.5 web, so you can read it at your leisure. It was all beginning to sound a little bit too much like compressed density, affordable rental housing means more intended profit for investors who do not even live in the homes to be built. But all of that changed when COVID-19 stopped everything in March 2020. The economic impact of the virus lessened the immediate profitability of all of the real estate investment trust funds. So setting that aside for the moment, we're protesting the enclosed development today. We have offered a compromise solution that should have made everyone happy, especially the new residents of the proposed project in East Toronto. They proposed a very practical shifting of the resident density northward to Front Street, where there are businesses but no residential buildings. Again, you can see your comment sections for all of this information in more detail. We hope you will succeed where we have failed over and over to find out the truth about this new overpacked proposal for rental housing. The design, the layout, and the placement must be re-examined and reconsidered. In the comment sections of that agenda page of yours, we have inserted chronological information that we found about this piece of land and how it might have changed from a plan that was agreed to from 1996 to 2019, when it really changed with no explanation. This change of plans was first made known at the initial public meeting held in December 2019, and it caused quite a reaction. Even though the beginning of the meeting showed the older plan that we all knew, as the meeting progressed, the new overly developed blocky plan with almost no pedestrian porosity was strangely introduced to us with no real transition. First, we were shown the old plan, but then the developer and the architects began to talk of their new plan that we had never been told about. Over 1/3 of 70 Mill Street residents and many more in 80 Mill Street were surprised, angry, upset, and felt betrayed. It should be stated that much later there was one brief comment found in the minutes of the second working group meeting that possibly tried to explain why it changed from the older to the new. But if this truly was the response as to why the old plan for blocks 3, 4, 7 changed after all those years, it must be called what it is, a slick technical loophole to allow them to proceed with no involvement from anyone and then move as quickly as possible to get it blessed by council under the guise of helping more people. Here's the brief excerpt from that second working group minute during the revised developer application meeting that actually took over the working group meeting. Question, relative to the original block plans, why is there more density in block 347? A 2.2 times increase in density as compared to block 8. And why was the allocation of affordable housing not evenly distributed? The response was, block 8 was already rezoned through the WDL Phase 2 zoning secured in 2011. Blocks 3, 4, 7 were not rezoned and allowed the opportunity to comprehensively plan the blocks through a rezoning application. In 2019, we started with the original site plans from 1996, and we noted that the old plans were used continuously in every presentation, right down to a three-dimensional model that was presented to the community. But then things changed from those established plans that many of us had consulted when we were planning to buy and move in. It seems that unbeknownst to any of us living in the buildings of 70 Mill Street and 80 Mill Street, the developers and the architects were working with the city and the province to rewrite the project. The next three images, which you'll find in what we sent you by email or you'll find in your comment section, all indicate things that were given to us by the developer and the architect. And it's entitled Planning Rationale Block Plan 2.0. How do we implement the block plan 2006 to 2020 to address today's challenges, bring new qualities, and put people first? Putting people first, it says, by bringing new qualities, like blocky enclosures. These all took place with no consultation with or from the people that live right next door in 70 Mill Street and 80 Mill Street. It was as though we residents did not even exist. At the very first working group meeting, I had to make it clear to most of the people at the table that while they might know about all of this, no one ever told us anything. This was ironic at the time because we were sitting in the community room of 70 Mill Street in order to have the meeting. There was even an insert from the developer and the architects that tried to use the late great Jane Jacobs to justify the design and construction of the new blocky bastion that has almost no pedestrian porosity, something that she never would sanction. It was called, in their papers, Architecture at Eye Level, where Jane Jacobs meets Jan. Her theory of how cities work.
And I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up now. You're over your 5 minutes.
Well, unfortunately, there's an awful lot. I'll just have one paragraph in that. I truly hope you will succeed where we have failed over and over to find out the truth of this new overly packed proposal for rental housing. The design, layout, and placement must be re-examined and reconsidered. If one looks at the amount of tall buildings that are already trying to rise up all around us, the city's objection to our compromise proposal with greater density on the north side along Front Street seems disingenuous.
Thank you very much, Dan. I'm going to have to stop you there.
All right.
Okay. Are there any questions for Dan? No? Seeing none. Thank you so much for your words today. I'm going to turn
Mr.
next.
Mr. Chair, I just have to let you know that I've had to turn my video off because of my low battery, but I'll be back on in a minute.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. The next deputy I have listed is George Bowman. George is not here. Tony Medeiros. Tony is not here. Jordan Kemp.
Thank you, Chair Perks.
Hi, Jordan. So you'll have 5 minutes. Start whenever you're ready.
Thank you, sir, and I'll be brief. And just to the committee, I just want to say thanks on behalf of Dream Kilmer and Tricon to all involved in this process. It's been a very accelerated timeline to deliver important affordable housing in the West Don Lands through the province's Affordable Housing Lands Program. We're very thankful for how the process has gone. It's been a very constructive and collaborative process with a working group involving members from the West Don Lands Committee and area residents to work through some of the design issues as Ben spoke to earlier. And I just want to extend my thanks again to the councillor Wong Tam and her staff, to city staff across departments. This was a very coordinated effort with Housing Secretariat, Planning, UCS, Transportation Services to get this over the finish line, and also to Waterfront Toronto, the West Don Lands Committee, and the workshop participants. It's been a really productive process, and we're very thankful for everyone's involvement. Just we're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. Are there any questions? No, seeing none. Jordan, thank you for your time this afternoon. Next I have listed John English. John? No, not with us. Michelle Ackerman? Michelle, if you can hear me, you need to turn your mic on or connect it. Michelle? No? No? Okay. That completes the list that I have for deputants on this item. Are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you to all the deputants who spoke earlier. My question for the planning staff are as follows. With respect to the province of Ontario's role in this application, can you confirm, number one, that this is provincially owned land? And what did they set out in terms of how the process was to unroll, but also the intention of the properties, that for the use of the properties?
So through the chair, I'm going to ask Henry Tang to answer that question, please. It's Linda McDonald here.
Hi to you, Mr. Chair Perks and Ms. Councillor Wong Tam. So the question was, what are the parameters? So the lands are right now owned by Infrastructure Ontario, or IO, and it will continue to be owned by IO in the future. The applicant in this case, which you've heard previously, DKT, are leasing the lands from IO through their own separate process between the province, and they will lease the lands for 99 years. And the plan was to develop the site proposed with the proposal that is in front of you.
And what is the province's influence over the city planning process? Can you clarify that for us?
To you, Mr. Chair, the process is involving. There's essentially three parties to development of these lands within the West Don Lands, and it's stipulated within the agreement back in 2006 that my other colleagues or other speakers may have referred to, and that is between the province, Waterfront Toronto, and the City of Toronto. So there's a tripartite agreement for development within these lands, with the caveat that a certain percentage of affordable housing needs to be accommodated. So through the years, including the site, the province in their part, as the owners of the site, have partnered up with a private developer to develop these lands. Part of our role in city planning is to review the applications that may come into play that need Planning Act approval, which is why they submitted a rezoning application, and us as staff have reviewed the application under the lens of what's appropriate under our jurisdiction of the official plan, secondary plans that are relevant, and zoning bylaws.
And because there's been a lot of talk about affordable housing, is the site exclusively built for affordable housing, or is there other types of housing as well as a type of commercial or office use there?
So this proposal that's in front of you include a certain percentage that's affordable housing, which comprise of 30% of the GFA. The remainder is a combination of purpose-built rental units that will be market-based, along with retail units on the first floor fronting on Front Street, and a community space that the province have worked out with the developer to provide, that the city has provided comments on, also on the first floor fronting on Cherry Street.
Okay. Just two final questions. With respect to the size of the site, usually you would secure some form of on-site parkland dedication, This is not the case here, is that correct? There's no on-site parkland dedication.
Based on the comments from our PF&R colleagues, through their assessment of their applicability under Section 42 of the Planning Act for parkland dedication, they determined that parkland dedication is not needed in this case, and that it will be through cash in lieu.
And my final question is one that has been raised in the communications and I think also in the various working groups. There's a lot of tension regarding the 5.5 meter separation distance between 80 and 90 Mill Street. 5.5 meter separation is not a generally accepted separation distance between tall buildings, but yet your staff report is suggesting that that council should proceed with this. Can you explain to us why it is agreeable in this case?
It is agreeable in this case because staff acknowledge that this is not the ideal that we would target for building separations. The reason why we agree to the 5.5 meter, because the zoning bylaw standard for this particular site, given the fact that it fronts on two sites, actually provides for 0 setback. So this odd situation results in a continued discussions with the developer to provide for a setback, regardless of the fact that the as of right doesn't need one. This is something that we've explained to the community. We fully acknowledge that it's not the best ideal situation, but 5.5 is acceptable to staff in this instance. And because there's an ongoing site plan application at the same time, we've endeavored to work with both the applicants and the community to ensure that the facing conditions will be minimized.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? I don't see any. Councillor Wong-Tam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to move an amendment, and the clerk can please put that onto the screen. I'm going to request that Community Council move this report along without recommendations at this point in time, but also a request from myself to the city planning staff to provide us with a supplementary report. So when this item is before City Council, hopefully the supplementary report will contain answers to these questions. To very clearly outline the role of the province in this application. I appreciate that some of those answers were provided to me today, but I think we need to sort of do a better, we need to better document some of these critical sticking points that have been raised by the community members, so it could be part of the overall final report decision that council will have before itself. The city's role and impact in the role of city planning, whether or not there is adequate parkland. I know you verbally responded to that, but I think it needs to be specified in writing that for a site of this size, that the park staff are saying they don't want to take parkland dedication. I want that spelled out in the report. And as you have so articulated your response to the rationale for the 5.5 meter, I think it needs to be further clarified in a supplementary report, exactly as you stated it to me today and to Community Council today, why it's okay in this case. Just because I know these decisions will have repercussion moving forward. Oftentimes they are precedent setting. And what I don't want is to be faced with a very similar situation with another developer, another applicant, that if Infrastructure Ontario and the applicant, in this case, receive this outcome from the city, why can't they have the same with their site? And it's only a matter of time before somebody else comes along and says, we want to propose a building, and it's going to be 5.5 meters away from our tall building neighbor. And we don't want to provide parkland dedication on site. I want you to specify very clearly why this is the exception to the rule. And with that, Mr. Chair, I want to thank the applicant. I want to thank the various members of the community who've given their time and their talent and their energy very freely at the working group. There were 3 working group meetings that were held. Actually, all 3 of them were during the pandemic. So we did this literally online. And it was not necessarily easy, but it was done. And the community did persevere to try to give their very best advice to the process. I don't want anyone to feel that they haven't been heard, and that's really important to myself as one councillor. I know Councillor Cressy, who has the other half of the ward, will feel the same way, because some of the residents who spoke today live on the Ward 10 side of the community. But we know that when the announcement from Infrastructure Ontario and the province of Ontario was first made, Deputy Mayor Bailao and I, along with the mayor, we stood with the ministers and very proudly proclaimed that there was made new affordable housing that was going to be built in the West Don Land. That was a good news story. And along with that day, there was an announcement to unlock the Grosvenor and Grenville site, which is owned by the Coroner's Building. And our community welcomed it all. We did not balk and say, how dare you build affordable housing? We were welcoming affordable housing. And there were letters of support that came from various community members to both of those sites. The challenge that I now have, and I think that we are going to experience moving forward some of the open door policies, is that we try to put a lot onto the site. And so one of the challenges that I'm experiencing, even at the Grenville Grosvenor site, is the impact of the nonprofit application as it moves forward, and its impact on shadows on parkland, the impact on the adjacent community, and so those community members that came out to champion the announcement and said, yes, in our backyard, we want to see affordable housing, they are now having to reassess, is there a breaking of the planning rules to allow for this social good to come forward? And I'm not 100% sure that I have all the right answers. However, I do know that these are very difficult conversations that have to be resolved. So I don't want anyone in our community, especially in the West Don Lands, to not necessarily feel heard, because I think that they've raised some very legitimate points. And we certainly want to commend the Province of Ontario, Infrastructure Ontario, as well as city planning staff for pushing as hard as they did on making sure we have affordable housing, and that should be a big round of applause to all. But we want to make sure that the planning rationale is solid and airtight. So therefore, we don't create unfortunate precedents that will then be leveraged and used in another site with another application that then the community will have to wear the impact once again. So I want to make sure that that is clearly recorded and documented as we move forward to City Council for final response. And I will commit to the community to continue to work with them to make sure that any of the community benefits that are outlined in this report is going to have their consultation and feedback before we go and spend any of those dollars. And that is something that I can commit right now, just knowing that it was cited in some of the communications as well. And finally, I just want to thank my staff person, Megan Poole from my office. She has very diligently been attending all those meetings and working with Henry Tang, our community planner in the file. And I know that this was a lot of work for her as well, and I just want to acknowledge that. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the mover? Seeing none, on Councillor Wontam's motion, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We now move to TE 19.6, 968 O'Connor Drive zoning amendment application final report. I have two deputants listed. First, Crystal Anderson. Crystal is not with us.
Hello?
Hello, who's this?
Sorry if I interrupt. interrupted. I had to step out. It's Norbert. It's regarding 968 O'Connor Drive.
Norbert, I was just about to call you. Norbert Cativo?
That's correct.
Okay. Norbert, you have 5 minutes to address the committee. Please go ahead.
I'm sorry it came up like that. I had to deal with my manager next door here. I apologize. Yes, on this 968 O'Connor Drive, we have me personally. I've had numerous tenants come to me with regards to different issues, with regards to the height and the shadowing but my main issue here is in the setbacks at the rear of the property. I had originally, I believe the city was trying to get upwards of 15, I believe it was 10 to 15 meters setback from the rear of the property. I believe they have not achieved that, and they had gone back and requested that be amended in some form, and I believe it stayed the same for the past 6 months or more. Since we've gone through COVID here, and it's been up in the air a bit. But my concern is the right-of-way in the back that we have to access a 56-unit apartment building and some adjoining properties with units also. Now we have garbage pickups with large equipment that goes back there, and based on what I'm seeing on the drawings, I feel it's going to be somewhat tight. And then we have then if you add the tenants' vehicles, and then you add the vehicles coming and going into the condo that's being proposed, that will create a problem there, congestion and ongoing concerns. Now, the other ongoing concerns would be the snow clearing, any other maintenance issues that this right-of-way would have to have. And then access at the same time would make it at this point it's very tight. So I'm hoping that the city would see that we should have been able to get slightly better setbacks from the right of way going on to security from the adjoining properties. Now, there are other issues here with regards to the setbacks that would be more concerning to the city and to the neighbors. But I would be considered a neighbor, but that's not really it's not going to affect me directly. But the setbacks are pretty well very tight, right up to the front of the sidewalk and the front of security. My concern in terms of the whole overall neighborhood is the truck turning, because years ago they cut off the corner there of this property to allow better turning radius for the trucks going to Home Depot and also servicing the balance of that industrial area in the back there off of Security. And now they're going right up to very close to that intersection, that corner, which I think would create a hazard. But I'll leave that in the hands of the planners and the city staff to really address that and have an eye out for that. Now, the other issue I have of concern, of course, is the shadowing, the height of the building and the shadow it creates to the properties, to the building right adjoining to my building adjoining the 968. But besides that, I think that's the main principle, the main concerns I have here. So I'll leave it at that. If I can close off with that, then thank you.
Okay, thank you, Norbert. Are there any questions? No, Norbert, thank you for your time this afternoon.
I'm sorry, I've been on all day, and then I stepped up for 5 minutes to discuss something with my
it all
manager,
worked out.
and I kind of missed the start of this. I apologize for this.
All worked out fine in the end. Thank you for hanging in there.
Thank you very much. Have a great afternoon.
You too now. Those are the only deputants I have listed. Are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I have a motion here that I'd like to move. Clerks can put that up. Planning staff have advised me that the applicant is seeking to revise their proposal after staff had finished the report. So we're going to defer this until February 2021, where it will come back Norbert, thanks for sticking around for the deputation. If you want to get in touch with my office, we can communicate on this file as well. Appreciate that you stuck around all day to share your views. So that's the motion. I'd like to move that.
Thank you. Questions of the mover? Seeing none. Anyone else to speak? Seeing none. All those in favor of the deferral? Opposed? That carries. Thank you. Okay, we move now to TE 19.7, 578 King Street West, zoning amendment application, request for directions report. David Hume? No? David Bronskill? No? Those are the only two deputants I had listed for the item. Councillor Layton, this is one of Councillor Cressy's items?
Yes, on behalf of the local councillor, I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 19.8, 20 through 26 Maitland Street, official plan amendment, zoning bylaw review, or zoning bylaw amendment and site plan control applications, request for directions report. I have no deputants listed here. Are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Wong-Tam?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the staff recommendations to oppose the application. And that concludes my comments.
Okay, thank you. Any questions to the mover? Seeing none. Anyone else to speak? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. TE 19.9, 60 Mill Street, zoning bylaw amendment application, request for directions report. I have a deputant listed, Deborah Cherry.
Yes.
Hi, Deborah. How are you?
I'm back. I'm good, thank you.
Okay, so you'll have 5 minutes. Start whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much. The proposed development for 60 Mill Street to allow rezoning and permit a 31-story hotel to be built on top of the 6-story historic Rack House D within the historic distillery district is poor planning on numerous grounds, not least of which is the inevitable unsafe and very unwelcome increase in vehicular traffic that would ensue, especially in the adjacent east-west lane that is projected to become a street between 70 and 80 Mill and 60. I've had conversations with a highly experienced quantity surveyor and a conservation architect. And what I've learned is Rackhouse D, it was pointed out to me, is about 125 years old. Both its foundations and the red clay bricks that clad the outer walls have endured exposure to the elements, and they are now in a very soft, porous, and fragile condition. No maintenance or restoration has been done, to my knowledge, to conserve these brick walls. Thus, they have been neglected and allowed to degrade by the former owner. The original owner, in my time anyway, was the City of Toronto. In addition to a 31-story hotel tower, which has already been rejected once before by city staff, the proponent is planning to build some type of structure externally fixed onto Rack House D. The original walls of this historic building might support a new foundation of 9 or 10 feet. However, that is not deep enough to support a 31-story structure above ground, such as the one proposed. It follows that in order for a structure of 31 stories to be built on this site, a significant foundation must be dug to a depth of at least 30 feet. Compare this to our two buildings at 70 and 80 Mill Street, which are 12 and 13 stories in height respectively, whereas our foundations and garage, which have also used old rack house structures, descend only 3 levels down. The proponent is proposing an underground garage of 5 levels. Clearly, a foundation depth of 30 or more feet cannot be dug under the current original structure while keeping it intact. I have also seen the architect's view of the outside treatment for Rack House D with its 6-story ground to roof solid glass panel windows. And frankly, anyone with eyes to see must conclude that the original walls will never withstand this type of treatment intact. Thus, there's a very strong likelihood that the existing fragile and unique structure will be damaged sufficiently in the construction process, resulting in the very strong possibility that it would need to be totally demolished. Heritage conservation has come up a few times today, and it's something that I care very, very deeply about. The damage would most likely be caused by the elements in the construction process, such as pile driving equipment that would definitely damage existing walls through powerful vibrations. Openings cut into the existing walls to allow for equipment access, and those 6-story high glass panel windows that would certainly cause damage to these existing walls. The underpinning of existing foundations could easily weaken the entire original structure, presenting yet another reason to demolish Rack House D entirely. Several important questions arise from these considerations, to which I have received none of the replies that I've requested. I presented this earlier to the community last August. What assurances, number one, what assurances have the architect and the developer given that such damage contingent upon the construction process will not occur? Number two, what remedial measures will be taken in the event of such damage? Number three, what evidence and what guarantees currently exist to assure us that damage will not occur, this kind of damage? Four, what is the opinion among city staff on the conservation status of 60 Mill Street? In summary, I agree with city planning staff that this application fails to propose a structure that fits within the existing and planned built form, character, and scale of the Trinity Street Heritage District. The application utterly fails to demonstrate sound planning, and it raises too many possibilities for the total destruction of Rack House D, which I believe cannot be endorsed. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. Are there any questions? No, Deborah, thank you so much for your comments today.
Thank you.
That's all the deputants I have listed. Are there any questions of staff? No? Councillor Wong-Tam, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I would like to move the recommendations of the staff report and to refuse the application.
I'm very sorry to interrupt, Councillor Wong-Tam. Could you be a little closer to your microphone, maybe? We're having real trouble hearing you in this room.
Sure. Is this better, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, thank you very much. So I would be moving the recommendations in the staff report to oppose the application, to refuse it, and just to say a few words. This particular site has been quite of interest, not because of just this application, but because it has a long history of ownership that has tried to exceed the height, the massing, and the sort of what would be permitted on the site. And the application around, this site has come before this community council on several occasions. When we originally, I think back in 2012, had an application for about 34 stories. That went through a process of an OMB appeal. It was rejected by city planning. Through an mediated settlement at the OMB, there was a conclusion that that was accepted by the applicant at that time, that they would be permitted to build, I think, around a 10 to 12-story building, depending on how we measure the geometric height. So we have now come back full circle, where there is now a new owner with the same type of development aspirations, and the city planning staff have now got to come out with the same type of response and ask the community to go through the same public consultation, when nothing has really, unfortunately, changed, except for the fact that there's now the introduction of a new hotel where it did not exist back in the original application about 10 years ago, 8 years ago. Some things that would be of interest to community council, and I'll just cite, is that when the application and when the new application came forward, they were proposing, and they had the settlement right to build up to 12 stories. They came to us and said that they would like to build a 24-story building. That was in 2019. after the 2017 settlement, leading from the 2012 application. At the public meeting, they then submitted for a 28-story building. So it got 4 stories taller. And by the time the application was finally submitted, it became a 31-story building with a hotel attachment. For some odd reason, this application has been getting taller and taller and taller, and yet the planning conditions and the site conditions have remained largely unchanged. And yet city planning staff have been forced to go back to do additional work because we have to process these applications when they come in. No matter how many times they have provided some very clear instruction and direction to the applicant that what they're asking for is too aggressive, it is an overreach, it's an overbuild, they have to say no. So this has been a colossal, I think, waste of time on behalf of city planning, as well as the community's time, because they have been really clear that we'd like you to build what you just received with respect to an OMB settlement in 2017. So here we are, considering this matter one more time. It's now 2020, and we're going to have to go through the same process again, except for now it's through LPAT. And it's going to be, I don't know what the outcome is, but you all know LPAT has gotten bigger and stronger, and the planning process has largely become much more streamlined. And the rulings have not always gone in the favor of the city, despite the fact that we've got a fresh settlement from 2017. Thank you very much, and thank you to the city planning staff for all your patience. I don't know how you do it, but you serve the city and the community extremely well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Anyone else to speak to the item? Okay, on the item, all those in favor, opposed, that carries. We now go to TE 19.10, attention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, alterations to a designated property and authority to enter into a heritage agreement 578 King Street West. I have no deputants listed on this item. Councillor Layton, this is one of Councillor Cressy's.
Yes, on behalf of local council, I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor, opposed, carried. 11 we've done. 11A we've done. We now move to TE 19.12, alterations to a property designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 32 Rowanwood Avenue. We have some deputants listed. First, Philip Evans. Philip, you need to connect your microphone if you can hear me. I'll give you a moment. You need to connect your microphone and make sure that it's turned on.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes. Hello, Philip. Welcome. So you'll have 5 minutes to address the committee. Start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sorry, I think there's been some confusion. I will not be presenting any material today. Thank you very much for your time.
Oh, well, thank you for letting us know. Daniel Cusimano? No? Matthew Ruggieri? No? Those are the only deputants I had listed here. So with that, I'll ask, are there any questions of staff? I don't see any. Councillor Layton, floor is yours.
No, I'll approve the staff recommendations.
No questions of the mover, no one else to speak. All those in favor, opposed, carried. We've done item 13, so we now move to item 1914, designation of a property on the Heritage Register, 155 Witchwood Avenue. I have nobody listed to depute on the item. Councillor Matlow, any questions of staff? No? The floor is yours, Councillor Matlow.
I have a motion to defer the item to December.
Okay, any questions of the mover? Anyone else wish to speak? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to defer, opposed if any, that carries. Item TE 19.15, non-residential residential demolition application 1409 Gerard Street East. I noticed that Councillor Fletcher had stepped away saying that she needed to charge her battery, but doesn't seem to...
I'm
You're
not
here?
very charged, but
You're
I'm
recharged?
still here.
Ah, there you are. Okay.
I've been on listening to you, but I haven't had that on, unfortunately.
I hope we've been entertaining. So I have no
Yes, I
deputants on
believe
this? Do you have any questions of staff?
No, I believe that the clerks have a motion from me.
Okay, Councillor, we had several different motions that came as options.
Oh,
So
let me ask the staff then.
Okay.
Our building staff. I'm sorry. And that would be if they believe that this building is imminently ready to fall over, there's any danger of any kind.
do we have
this
someone from
remaining.
Toronto Buildings? Yeah. Kamal, are you there?
My apologies, I was on mute.
Oh, no
is this
problem. Okay.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure.
I do apologize.
Absolutely, happy to. Hi. Virtual meetings are hard. The applicant here has indicated that they believe that the building is in imminent danger of falling down, and I am just asking for your opinion on that.
We have not issued any
Sorry, could you speak up a little bit,
Sure,
Kamal,
sure.
please? Thank you.
So we have not issued any order to remedy an unsafe building. So with that, that is the applicant's view, not
Oh, that's
necessarily.
just the applicant's view, that it's falling down and would like to have it taken out.
Correct. But
Yeah.
Toronto Building
So-
has not issued an order to remedy an unsafe building.
So you're not concerned that it's unsafe and therefore needs to be knocked down?
That is correct.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. I just wanted to confirm that, Mr. Chair, with our staff in public. And then I'll move the staff recommendation 1 to refuse the application to demolish the building.
Okay, are there any questions of the mover? I don't see any. Anyone else to speak? No, so we have the motion to refuse the application. All those in favor? If I could have the screen so that I can see the hands. Opposed? That carries. Boy, we're just racing through now. Item TE 19.16, refusal of a clothing drop box location permit application located at 2688 Dundas Street West. I don't have any questions. Anyone questions of staff? No. So I'm going to be moving the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 19.16, refusal of a cloth drop box location permit application located at 2688 Dundas. Oh, I just did that one. Sorry. I'm on the next one. It's a clothing drop box location permit application refusal at 1540 Bloor Street West. No questions of staff, so I'm going to move the refusal. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 19.18, refusal of a clothing drop box location permit application located at 19 Dorval Road. Again, I'm going to move the staff recommendation to refuse. All those in favor?
Mr.
Opposed?
Chair, I
Carried.
just have a question of staff about removal of boxes. I don't know if it fits here, but I think it would be helpful for me to understand that today.
So
If
these are
something-
these are refusals of permit applications. So is your question on
I
the one at
understand.
19?
I'd just like to understand
Councillor
from
Fletcher,
staff.
Councillor Fletcher, is your question relating to the one on 19 Dorval?
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
yes, it is, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask the staff that should we refuse this permit and it is installed anyway by an applicant, what are the steps that are taken and who will remove that box?
Good afternoon, Council. This is Pat from Municipal Licensing and Standards. The box, we will get a hold of the owner and ask them to remove the box themselves. Because it's on private property, we don't have a contractor to come in and remove it from private. So we would ask the owners to remove it at first. If not, then we would get a hold of the property owner and advise that the box is an illegal box and needs to be removed off the property.
And how much time do they have to do that?
That would be based up to us. We can give them 5 days, 7 days, immediate, 24 hours.
At which time you would remove it? You would remove it or transportation would remove it? What would the basis to have it be removed be, please?
We can engage transportation, but they usually remove stuff only off of the right of way, not usually on private property. We'd have to get a private contractor to remove it.
And Mr. Chair, if you'll indulge me with one little question here about the right of way. If you have an illegal box on the right of way, what is the action that you take to remove that?
We ask transportation to go and remove it right away. They're not allowed on the right of way clothing drop boxes. They are only allowed on private property.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does anyone else have questions pertaining to the refusal of the permit at 19 Dorval Road? Seeing none, I'll move the staff recommendations. All those in favor, opposed if any, that carries. Item 1919, refusal of a clothing drop box location permit application located at 299 Rogers Road. There are no deputants. Councillor Bailao, the floor is yours.
Staff recommendation.
On the staff recommendations, all those in favor, opposed, carried. So that takes us now to the items that we introduced. Before I get there, I want to... Did I miss 20? Oh, I'm a bad man. Item TE 19.20, refusal of a clothing drop box permit application located at 3466 Dundas Street West. I'll move the staff recommendations. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Now we go to the items that the new items of business that we introduced. But before we do that, I'd like to take a moment and introduce a new piece of business, item TE 19.59, parking amendments on Riverside Drive. So I'm going to move to introduce it. It's a letter from me. All those in favor of introduction, opposed, carried. Okay, and, sorry, 24? Item 24. T 19.24, 95 through 131 and 155 Beloyle Street zone. Are you sure it's 24?
We can go back. Yeah, I was confused by the number that was said. That's why I held it.
Oh, you held it. Ah, I see. Okay.
But I'm ready to move staff recommendation if you'd like to deal with it.
Any questions of the mover? Seeing none. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay, I'm just going to have to confer with the clerk for a moment. Yeah. Okay. Item TE 19.26, 506 to 516 Church. Councillor Wong Tam, you had held this?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I'm just reading that the clerks have placed my correct motion onto the screen. I'd like to move that. One is to have the staff schedule a community consultation for this application to process it and review. And then two is to actually set up a working group with the Church and Wellesley Neighborhood Association, the Church Wellesley Village BIA, and other LGBTQ2S community stakeholders, along with the ward councillor, to review the development application and to do so with the objective to preserving culturally significant community as well as commercial space back on site, so as a part of the development review, and to ensure that this happens before the final approval or any decision of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, any issuance of the final site plan approvals, and as well as any acceptance or approval of the construction traffic management plan, landscape and public realm plans, building materials, lighting, and other issues as identified by the working group. And with that, Mr. Chair, I recognize that this is a preliminary report, but I will say this much. The Church and Wellesley Village has been under tremendous pressure over the past probably 20 years. A lot of development has come into the neighborhood. We have seen the majority of the development that we have seen being constructed or who has been approved has been largely through the OMB process, starting from Gerrard all the way further north into the Dundonald Gloucester area, with very few exception to one application. Every single one of those applications has been an OMB appealed or settled approval. And the same thing is sitting along Wellesley Street, which dramatically changes the character of the neighborhood. And as we know that COVID-19 has disproportionately affected many communities across our city, the same can be said of the LGBT community. At this particular application is several prominent LGBT businesses, including clubs and dance bars. And what we don't want to do is to sanitize and eradicate the history and the important cultural gathering spaces for the community. I recognize it's not every day that we try to process an application to bring back a dance bar and a drag club, but that is exactly what we are going to try to do through this development review. We want to be able to bring back those spaces, recognizing that under the Planning Act set out by the province, we have to go through and evaluate the planning process and the evaluation on its merits, but it should not preclude us from doing the very best we can, as creatively as we can, as community council and as well as city council, to keep in place some of these vibrant cultural assets that make up the dynamic nature of the village. This is no different than the struggles that Councillor Layton and Councillor Cressy have in Chinatown with respect to trying to keep the cultural vitality of those unique small businesses that make up that cultural space for that ethno-cultural community. We're doing exactly the same thing, and hopefully more than to preserve the unique LGBT positive space, safe spaces in the community. And with that, I want to thank staff, because we're going to do something that we haven't done before in the city, and we look forward to creating some new planning tools that will help strengthen not just the village, but other unique cultural spaces across the city of Toronto. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none. Anyone else to speak? No. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 19.29, Construction Staging Area Phase 2, 1 Bloor Street West. Councillor Layton.
I believe there was listed deputants in the item.
Oh. I am so sorry. I'm at the point.
Board.
I'm at the point in the day when I have 3 devices and 4 sets of documents to work from. So, okay. All right. The first deputy I have listed is Allison Spiegel. Allison, are you with us? No? Assad Ali.
It's Hi, I'm Assad Moten on behalf of Allison Spiegel.
Hi, Assad. So go ahead. You'll have 5 minutes. Start anytime you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Community Council for allowing me to speak on this issue. My name is Asad Moten. I am counsel for Mapro Realty, Inc., who's the owner of the property at 19 Bloor Street West. We've submitted 3 written submissions to the Community Council dated July 14th, 2020, September 15th, 2020, and September 24th, 2020. I trust you have those in front of you as well. By way of background, the Mapro property is located on the southeast corner of Bloor and Balmudo. Mizrahi, a property developer, owns the property at 1 Bloor Street West, about a block away from Balmudo. Mizrahi is in the process of constructing a mixed-use development on their property, and they retained Clark Construction Management to act as their construction manager. Mizrahi sought and obtained a temporary permit to occupy Balmudo without seeking Mapro's consent or even discussing the issue with it. Mapro didn't learn about the occupation until it saw a construction staging area installed on its front doorstep. On July 14th, Transportation Services granted the temporary street occupation permit, allowing Clark to occupy the northbound lanes on Balmudo until August 21st. This, in effect, is allowing Mizrahi, not Clark, the applicant, to use the portion of Balmudo directly in front of Mapro as a construction staging area. Mizrahi has then installed a concrete pump pedestal there, and there are now concrete trucks that idle for hours at a time in front of Mapro's building. In addition, although the permit was to expire on August 21st, Transportation Services appears to have extended the permit, although we're not sure the authority to do so. There are a number of problems with this. One, the permit was granted contrary to the municipal code because the applicant, Clark, or Mizrahi, if you want to consider them the applicant, does not own the lands abutting the occupied portion of Balmudo. Section 743-18B of the code provides that Transportation Services can only grant a permit when it is required on behalf of an owner of lands abutting the street that will be occupied. This construction staging area, the temporary permit, has been granted on Balmudo, and neither Clark nor Mizrahi own any lands abutting Balmudo. Mizrahi's land is a block away. This improper grant and the improper extension of the temporary permit has caused and continues to cause Mapro to suffer significant financial harm. Mapro's short-term tenants are no longer interested in leasing the property, and there is a risk of losing a long-term tenant that Mapro has spent a significant amount of money and time procuring. And it's not hard to understand why a prospective tenant would not want to rent a property with a construction zone on its doorstep. The second problem is that Mapro's consent was never obtained or even sought. The code also provides that if a landowner wishes to obtain a temporary permit that stretches beyond the limits of its property frontage, it is to obtain the consent of the property owner whose land does abut that frontage. Of course, in this case, Mizrahi never sought Mapro's consent, and Transportation Services has no authority to grant temporary permit without Mapro's consent. And Mapro has not waived all claims against the city for any losses or damages that may arise as a result of the temporary occupation. Quite the contrary, Mapro will take the position that the city is liable to Mapro for the damages arising from the extension, the granting and the extension of a temporary permit. At this point, we're here today because this is the item on the agenda, and it is expected to be addressed at City Council on October 27th. I understand Councillor Layton may defer the issue, but that just maintains the status quo. And the status quo is continuing to be harmful to Mapro. The city should be evaluating harm before allowing occupation of the street, not while being occupied. And if the city is going to defer, as Councillor Layton has suggested, the city should not continue to permit Mizrahi to occupy Balmudo pursuant to an improperly granted and now improperly extended temporary permit. Subject to any questions, those are my submissions.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the deputant? No? Seeing none, thank you so much for your time today.
Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, Councillor Layton, you have the floor.
Well, I have a motion to refer this back to staff. This is at staff's request. If you can infer anything from our friend who made the deputation, there are legal counsels have been activated on this site or for this application. We're dealing with it the best way we can. We have had 5 community meetings related to this construction staging. Not the 80-story building that was built on the site, but just the construction staging at this location. We are evaluating what our options might be, but when you're talking about building at the corner of Yonge and Bloor in the probably most predominant intersection in the largest city in Canada, I think you can understand why there are additional complications with building at this particular site. So I'll refer it back to staff. It is staff's request to do this, and we will no doubt hear back about this very soon from staff who are really trying to put this one to rest. And my compliments to city staff for their continued persistence and entertaining all of the meetings that I've requested. Thanks. Thanks, Steve.
Any questions of Councillor Layton? Seeing none, anyone else to speak on Councillor Layton's motion to defer or refer back to staff, sorry? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, so now, members, we go to the business that was added to the agenda and had to be introduced, meaning that for this meeting, we seem to have no parking pads, no fences, no trees, right? And no patios. I don't know how that happened. Okay. Next time.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Could you just confirm that that was a really good list, and we have none of those, but when and where do we get the naturalized gardens appeals? I'm just wondering if that's now been delegated or still at our committee. And I know that's not on topic, but I would like to know.
So
you could ask
what I will undertake to do, Councillor Fletcher, is to get a piece of correspondence around to all members of Community Council on the process and how that works. I've had considerable correspondence from people in my community on this in the last few weeks, so I will make sure that everyone gets an update on how that works now. Okay?
That would be great, because sometimes you wake up in the morning and find that the authority's been delegated to somebody other than elected officials, and I want to make sure that we have that oversight still, Mr. Chair. Thanks so much.
I'm here to please. Okay, so
very good job today.
Thank you. I'm going to call item T 19.42, speed limit reduction, Dunn Avenue, Ward 4. I move the recommendations in my letter. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 19.43, all-way stop control, Morningside Avenue and Lavinia Avenue. I'm going to move the recommendations in my letter. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Extension of permit parking hours on Gladstone Avenue between Bloor Street West and Dufferin Park Avenue. Councillor Bailao.
Move the recommendations in the letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 19.45, construction coordination hub for the St. Clair Avenue West and Winona Drive area. This is 2 wards. Who wants it?
Either one, yes.
I'd be happy. It's a joint effort. I'd be happy to move it. But Councillor Bailao and I together met with residents and city staff, and we have a model. There's a pilot happening at Yonge and Eglinton where, for the first time in Toronto's history, there's something called a construction. It's a coordinated construction hub. Barbara Gray was inspired by a model in the Northwest that she brought here, and it's really effective. They look, 2 weeks out. They work with the city works with the various property owners, developers in the area, and tries to bring it all together in a thoughtful, coordinated way, where you don't have to have trucks all over the place, without the the site managers talking with each other. It deals with a whole range of different issues to protect the quality of life of the neighbors. And Councillor Bilau and I are requesting that staff consider a similar approach to the Winona and St. Clair area, given that there are a number of different developments all coming down the line all at the same time. We've had that request from the community, and we are reflecting that priority.
Okay, so on the recommendations in the letter, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 19.46, request to reopen item TE 18.16, inclusion on the city's heritage registry and intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Heritage Act 100 College Street. Councillor Layton. Councillor Layton, you're muted.
Sorry, thank you.
Okay.
I was on mute. I had an amendment. Do clerks have the amendment?
We're just working.
Okay.
I wish we could get the little, Windows is downloading something right now symbol for the screen here. Just take a moment. On 45, yeah. Oh, sorry, 46. Yes, Liz, sorry. Councillor Layton, the clerks do not seem to have anything. So I'm going to hold that for a minute while we check, maybe your staff and the clerks recheck the correspondence.
Okay.
Oh, hang on.
I understand it was to decouple it from the secondary plan, I think.
So what we have, Councillor, and I don't know if this is your intention, is to reopen it and then to defer it. Until consideration of a rezoning application comes forward?
Yes, it was deferred at the last meeting, and what we did was we said bring it back either at the time of a site-specific application or the UT secondary plan. And what we had done at that point was to this was intended to take out the reference to the secondary plan and just connect it with the.
Give me 1 second, and I think we can solve. Councillor Layton, all problems have been solved. If you hang with us 1 minute, we'll have a motion up on the screen for you.
Thank you. Sounds like I may have started more, but that's okay.
No. It's just,
No, don't worry. It's
that smiling face. I just got to love that smiling face. Okay, so if everyone just takes a moment to glance at the recommendations. All right, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? The vote to reopen. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. On the motion, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, problem solved. Item TE 19.47, request to reopen. Item TE 18.69, traffic calming speed humps Lippincott Street. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. There should be a motion.
Okay, so first, let's take the motion to reopen. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Now on if you could put the item up so we could see it. No, it's just that in this instance, because it's a reopen, members might not have had a moment to familiarize themselves. Okay? All right. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Item TE 19.48, 64 Oxford Street, encroachment agreement, Ward 11. Councillor Layton.
Yes, I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, on the next item, which is correspondence from Councillor Layton and Matlow, we actually had a couple of people register to depute. First, Dylan Reed. Dylan, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Whoa! Okay. I think we...
Great. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Dylan, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
I'm speaking... Okay, thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of Walk Toronto, a volunteer pedestrian advocacy group that works to make Toronto a better city for walking. We're also one of the 21 organizations that have come together to form the Avenue Road Safety Coalition. I myself am a former resident of Avenue Road, having lived on Avenue near DuPont for several years some time ago. I'm speaking today to support the introduction of a pilot project to widen the sidewalks on Avenue Road. Avenue Road was originally a 4-lane street, but the sidewalks were cut back in the 1950s to create additional lanes in a period when motor vehicle movement took priority over pedestrians in neighborhoods. The sidewalks are now, in many places, narrower than even the most basic accessibility standard of 1.5 meters. With lampposts and other obstacles that make it particularly difficult and unsafe to navigate for people in wheelchairs, who have visual impairments, or who are pushing strollers. They are far too narrow and unsafe for a major street with many residences and destinations along it. In the 21st century, we've come to see the folly of that driver-driven approach, and it is time to begin the process of reverting Avenue Road to a normal size. Already, Queen's Park Crescent and University Avenue, the southern extensions of Avenue Road, have been narrowed to 4 lanes for motor vehicle movement. Meanwhile, Avenue Road north of St. Clair is also only 4 lanes. It only makes sense for the space in between to match these widths, and the extra lanes no longer serve any purpose. As well, due to construction, the curb lanes are already blocked in several places. These blockages demonstrate that the extra lanes are not needed and only serve to cause confusion for drivers. The city has shown, with active TO, that it has the capacity to quickly install extensive pilot projects using planters and construction bollards. As well as active TO winds down, transportation staff should now have the resources available to look at a new project. It would not be difficult to institute a temporary sidewalk widening to test the waters, and it could be adjusted as required depending on the needs of residents, businesses, and drivers. The pilot project would serve as a valuable testing ground for future permanent sidewalk widening. Walk Toronto works to make walking a safer and more enjoyable experience in every part of Toronto. Widening the sidewalks on Avenue Road, a walking route for those in numerous schools, seniors' residences, neighborhoods, and new condominium buildings, provides an excellent opportunity to work towards that goal. I lived on Avenue Road in the 1990s, and it is absurd that the sidewalks remain as narrow and dangerous as they were 20 years ago. Times have changed, and it's time for Avenue Road to change with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Dylan? No? Dylan, thanks so much for joining us. Sorry you had such a long wait. Ken Brown.
Yes, I am here.
Hi, Ken. Welcome. You'll have 5 minutes. Start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I am a member of the Cottingham Square Community Association and also Cycle Toronto Midtown. That's 2 of the 21 groups that are part of our coalition that has been in existence for, I think, about 3 years, looking to improve safety along Avenue Road. There's 2 parts in the motion, 2 main items. One is lowering the speed limit to 40 kilometers an hour, and the other is occupying curb lanes and dedicating them for pedestrian use. And I just want to emphasize that the second one, the widening of sidewalks, is our priority. We would like to see it, not a study. There's been an ongoing study for a while, but what we want to see is it implemented as soon as possible, similar to what has been done in other parts of the city, where almost overnight the city has put up new bike lanes and things to protect restaurants and so on. And so we think it's extremely important that this gets done during COVID. I mean, the sidewalks are very narrow at the best of times, and during COVID, I mean, when a sidewalk is a meter wide, you can't give yourself 2 meters of space between yourself and another pedestrian without walking out onto the road. And some of the sidewalks, in fact, are less than a meter wide in places. We provided to you a PDF file that I hope you have before you that gives a lot of the dimensions and so on of various places along there. We think this is part of Vision Zero. We think it's a very important thing to do. And as I said at the beginning, again, we are interested in lowering the speed limit. We really want to see enforcement of speed limit. We get the police out there every once in a while, but a speed camera, I think, is very important, and would like to see a push to get that happen. But the main thing, the most immediate thing we're asking for right now are the wider sidewalks. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? No? Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. That concludes the list of deputants that I have. So on the item, who wants to move it? Somebody.
Go ahead, Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
I saw Kristen's hand go up.
Go ahead, Kristen.
I knew that.
So why don't I let Josh move the motion, because he's been working on this file actually a little bit longer than I have, but I'll speak first if that's okay, Josh.
Sure.
Not that it really matters who moves it, because I suspect it'll pass. But first, I'd like to just draw attention and thank the 21 organizations that have been working together on the Avenue Road Safety Coalition to try to bring about some change and actually right a wrong that was done many years ago by a city council that actually removed wider sidewalks from Avenue Road and replaced it with additional traffic lanes. May have been the style at the time. But boy, oh boy, as Chair Gardner really did like those automobiles in some pretty prime spots in the city of Toronto. He's caused much of the debate of city council over the last decade when we've tried to reclaim some of that space. Well, despite the fact that we may have lost a vote on the larger his larger legacy in the city of Toronto, I think this one that is one that we can win. And we can get a result at the end of the day that's safer for pedestrians, safer for cyclists, and safer for drivers along this corridor. And as the population grows all the way up that Avenue corridor, all the way to Eglinton, safer stretches are only going to be more necessary. I don't think there's any of us that have ever gone down Avenue Road in that section and said, wow, people are going fast down this hill. And it doesn't take much to look around and see what solutions council has looked to before. There are these really kind of flimsy concrete, really flimsy metal barriers that aren't so much to stop the cars from going and hitting the sidewalk, but to stop little people from falling into traffic. And the problem here isn't the pedestrians. The problem here is the speed of traffic. It's just moving too quickly. And there's not enough space on those narrow sidewalks. So while we put in this intervention, that is in fact to try to curtain young people from coming out into the street because of all the schools on that stretch. What it's really done is almost exacerbated a problem that was pre-existing, and it's a problem by design. That those lanes are wide, those roads, there's a lot of them, and really we haven't done anything about it. Well, here's our opportunity, and I know that Councillor Matlow supports us moving on this as quickly as possible, particularly in the northern section, where there's plenty of space and it won't. There's not as many impediments currently in the road. So I'm hopeful, and it's a tall order, but I'm hopeful staff are going to be able to design and implement some type of intervention in the road that will make the existing condition better now, and hopefully we can develop a proven concept. Then we can carry it forward to a more permanent design option down the road. So I'm really hopeful that staff are going to be able to act quickly on this, as we've seen them react throughout COVID. And really looking forward to working with those 21 community groups, who I would add have made a video that would have been shown here either by Councillor Matlow or myself, but unfortunately a video on a video isn't possible right now, so we weren't able to showcase it, but it's quite good and demonstrates the speed in a very effective way. So we look forward to the challenge, and thank staff for their continued efforts, and we hope to just push you a little bit more on this to bring it across the finish line as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow?
So I'll move our motion and speak to it. This has been first of all, I want to acknowledge both working closely with Mike and his team on this, and Kristen and her team before when she represented the ward just south of me. We put together a working group that worked with the Avenue Road Safety Coalition and other residents, along with organizations, groups in the vicinity, whether it be Brown Public School, Church of the Messiah, Bradgate Arms, retirement residents, and many others. And we put together a working group to arrive at how do we make Avenue Road safer. As Mike said, there's something about the topography and the way that the street is designed and configured so widely with so many lanes that lends itself to acting like what I've described as a highway. It's like walking on a tightrope on the side of a highway when you're walking down those sidewalks. The cars are relentlessly speeding down that hill. And moreover, the sidewalks are often obstructed by hydro poles and various things that make it really difficult to navigate, and you really feel the speed of the traffic directly next to you. And when I say you, I mean either you or the older adults who live at the Bradgate Arms, or those kids and their parents walking over to the schools, or the parishioners going to the church. It's the reality every single day, along with all the residents in all the buildings. And I want to express my gratitude to city staff who have been working with us. But I mostly want to express my awe of the advocacy of the local residents, the Avenue Road Safety Coalition. This is local democracy in action. We've been saying that we've been wanting to work with the city to arrive at a resolution. What they said is enough is enough. It's not going fast enough. The cars are going fast. The process is going slow. We want you to test out our theory that widening the sidewalks and slowing the speed limit will make us safer. And proof will be in the pudding. And they've made those demands, but what they did is that they did it in a really savvy way. They built up a coalition. They're not just a coalition in name. They went out to the ratepayers, residents associations. They went out to all those different groups that I referred to. And they literally built a coalition in the community that demonstrated the genuine support on the ground to move forward with this. So what we're doing by approving this request is really reflecting the will of the community. The pilot will demonstrate, how well this works. But if we don't actually test what they're asking us to do, we will never know. And I'll conclude by reiterating one thing that Mike said that really influenced me. The coalition has said, it is amazing how the city, when they want to do something, like active TO, cafe TO, curb TO, and many other TOs, we can do things overnight when we believe in it, when we decide that we want to do it. They're asking us to take the same kind of dedication to their safety on Avenue Road. And I'm really happy that we've arrived at this point where we can work together to move forward. And I look forward to working along with Councillor Layden, with Barbara Gray and her team towards seeing the right model through to fruition that's realistic and can be done as quickly as possible. And by the way, please do watch the video. It was really well done, and it's a shame that we weren't able to see it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak to this? Seeing none, on Councillor Matlow's motion to endorse the recommendations in the letter, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 19.50, request to reopen 18.70 traffic calming speed humps Spruce Street. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. If I could move the recommendations in my letter, and thanks city staff for your support.
Just a sec. So to reopen, all those in favor, opposed, carried. Okay. Now.
And now to move the recommendations in the letter. And essentially what we're doing is we're foregoing any polling that's required, but going straight to installation of the speed bumps.
Okay.
Polling and petition. We don't need it. We just need to slow down the traffic, keep the kids safe on Spruce Street.
Okay. I think everyone understands that. All in favor, opposed, carried. Okay. TE 19.51, installing all-way stop control Mutual Street and Alexander Street. Councillor Wong Tam, this is you again.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The next, I've got 6 of them on the agenda today, so please bear with me. This one is to remove the recommendations contained in the letter and to install an all-way compulsory stop control at the intersection of Mutual and Alexander. There's Church Street Public School adjacent to that, and the sweet little kids are trying to trapeze back and forth all the time, and they just need to have extra measures, traffic measures to reduce the speed of the traffic, but also more importantly to have the cars stop so they can safely cross the street. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 52, parking amendments Market Street. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much. This is a rather technical amendment, largely to try to, I'm moving the recommendations in the letter, but we're going to try to take advantage of whatever warmer weather is left and to allow for a technical change on Market Street. See if we can keep those patios open a little bit longer.
Okay. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 19.54, traffic regulation Sumac Street between Shooter Street and Dundas Street. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is a technical amendment from staff. We are going to try to create an accessible boarding and deboarding area right in front of the Churchwell senior resident. And I'm very happy to say that we will not need to create a lay-by and take out space from the public pedestrian right-of-way, but rather now just creating an accessible loading area.
Okay.
Thank
all
you.
Those in favor, opposed, carried. Item TE 19.55, westbound lane left turn prohibition 7072 car. No, we just did 54. No, that's okay. Westbound left turn prohibition 7072 Carlton Street. Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the recommendations in the letter to thank staff for their support in crafting this. Just to make some traffic operational changes to make the intersection safer now that the building is complete at the corner.
Okay. All those in favor, opposed, carried. Item. Item TE 19.56, traffic calming speed humps Chester Road. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I think the clerk has an amendment. It was a technical amendment that was sent in. I'd like to move that, please.
So this is an amendment to the letter, the recommendation in the letter? Will just be 1 second. We're going at warp speed, but the computers run on impulse. Okay. All right.
Thank you, that's it.
Do you need to speak to that?
I'll move that.
No?
Yep.
Okay.
Just gonna move that.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 19.57, implementation of permit parking on Coxwell Avenue between Eastwood Road and Dundas Street East. Councillor Bradford.
Thanks very much. I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 19.58, ensuring transparency for Metrolinx tree removals in Ward 14. Councillor Fletcher, you have the floor.
Yes, it's a little different, I think. I'm also looking at right-of-way permits, and there's a recommendation there. This will have to go to council.
Okay, so just a moment. Will I get the clerks to put it up, and then you can speak to it?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Is that the correct motion, Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, it is. And
Okay.
I've many back and forths with the chair, with the clerk today, and have made that Ward 14. Councillor Bradford might want to amend that to include his ward. We were on a call, and doesn't seem, there's a lot that's going to happen on city property, and it's very hard to find out what that is from Metrolinx. So this is just trying to design a pathway here that we actually have good information about what they're doing for the fourth rail and also the extra two. That would be 3 extra rails through our neighborhoods. So I don't think Councillor Bradford has seen that latest one. If he wants to amend that, I'm fine. If not, we'll send that to council and he could amend it there if he wants. Sorry to catch you unawares there.
No, that's fine. Just a sec. So any questions of the mover? No? Councillor Bradford?
I guess I'd like to, we were on this call together. The concerns that Councillor Fletcher has expressed are
Could you
real.
get a little closer to your microphone, please?
Yes. We were on a call together. The concerns are real with Metrolinx in this corridor. So if it's possible, I guess the question to the mover, if we could include Ward 19, that would be helpful.
Yes. Yes, I'm happy to do that, Councillor. Happy to do that.
Wonderful. Thank you.
So you amend that. I'll amend that to include wards 14 and 19, wherever that
We'll get
shows
that
14
done.
to include 19.
Thank you very
I
much.
didn't want to do that without your permission.
No sweat.
Anything else? Anyone else? No? We're all good? Okay, so we'll take that as a friendly amendment, so it'll be both 14 and 19. And with that, all those in favor? Opposed?
I'm amending my own motion, Mr. Chair.
You're the best. All those in favor?
Thank you.
Opposed? Carried. Okay, item TE 19.59, parking amendments Riverside Drive. I'll move the recommendations in my letter. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I think that takes us to the bills. Oh. I had a bet with myself we could get it done by 4 o'clock and I win. Okay. I move that the Toronto East York Community Council pass and declare as bylaws bills 827 to 828, 831 and 834 to 854 prepared for the October 15, 2020 meeting 19 of the Community Council. All those in favor? None opposed? That carries. And I think we need a confirming. Yeah. I also move that the Toronto East York Community Council pass and declare as a bylaw a confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Toronto East York Community Council acting under delegated authority at meeting 19 on October 15, 2020. All those in favor, if I could have the screen up so I can make sure somebody votes. There we go. Opposed? None. Members, that concludes our business. Thank you. You've been a slice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you,
Way to go,
staff.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Thanks,
councilors.
Yes, thank you,
Mr.
staff.
Chair, thank you, clerk, staff.
Thanks,
Good job.
Chairman Burke.
Thanks.
Chairman Burks.